Hi, welcome everybody. Welcome to Recovery Day Lancaster 2020. My name's James, I'm a man in long-term recovery.
And my name's Becca, and I'm a woman in long-term recovery. National Recovery Month is an international observance held every September to educate people about how substance use and mental health services can enable individuals and their families to live healthy and rewarding lives. This observance celebrates the millions of people in recovery from mental health and substance use issues, reminding us all that behavioral health is an essential component to overall community health. That prevention works, treatment is effective, and people can
and do recover. Recovery is a journey unique to every one of us. Mine is not yours.
And yours is not mine.
But we share this journey together, and normally once a year, we celebrate together during the annual Recovery Day Lancaster Recovery Rocks celebration. This year, of course, has been different. We can't physically be together today, but we thought we could put something simple together to mark Recovery Month and possibly inspire some thought. Today, there are over 23 million people in recovery with a diverse community here in Lancaster. So, today is still a day to celebrate us and to celebrate that there is hope and a way through a devastating illness. But it can also be a day for reflection.
Today can be a day to discuss what brings us together and a day to discuss the obstacles that we might face.
A day to discuss ways to move forward.
It can be a day to learn more about our collective ability to impact the communities that we live in.
And those who still struggle to find a way. And as always, we do together what we cannot do apart.
So, we just ask that you guys buckle in, grab some popcorn, and enjoy Recovery Day Lancaster with us.
Hey everybody, welcome to Recovery Day Lancaster 2020. We are live here at the Culture Professional for a rather unusual year of Recovery Day Lancaster. This is the 7th year. Normally, of course, we would be in the park having barbecue and getting ready to walk, but this year has been a little bit different, to say the least. But stick around, we've got a whole bunch of stuff to do this afternoon. I do want to thank our sponsors this year. Our presenting sponsors, Retreat Behavioral Health, and then our silver sponsors, Penn Medicine, Lancaster General Health, Perform Care, and then bronze sponsors, the Lancaster Joining Forces, Lancaster Behavioral Health Hospital, List Track, Wellspan Addiction Services, White Deer Run, and Recovery Centers of America are our sponsors. We couldn't have done this without them this year. Just like every year, our sponsors are so important. I want to a special shout out to the Culture Professional, who is doing all the technical stuff and hosting our roundtables this afternoon. And so stick around. I want to introduce we're actually going to kick off our first roundtable for this afternoon. Is going to be Jay Ivory, Brandon Hildebrand, and Maggie Hunt. And we're going to have Dom Miller from the Culture Professional as our moderator for the roundtable. So let's get it started. Oh, hey guys.
We're definitely happy to be here today for Recovery Month. Recovery Month's one of my favorite months of the year because I definitely feel like I can be loud and proud about my recovery in September.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I definitely feel that, as a recovery community, we're really united, especially during this pandemic. Because of technology, we're able to look at meetings and keep united for.
Yeah, I think it's really important for us to make sure that we're accessible in all ways, with this pandemic, unfortunately, we're not able to be out there like the dogs and stuff, and having a ball, but we can still have fun virtually and still get our message out there and, show people that recovery does work. So yeah, we definitely happy to be here.
That's awesome.
I'm happy that we could still have Lancaster Recovery Day. I was thinking about last year's Recovery Day. There were so many people that came out, friends, family, not everybody who was just in recovery, but like everybody from Lancaster came out just to kind of see what was happening.
But now because of this technology,
No.
everyone can be at home.
Well, that's true. We're all
relaxing
here.
and watching us and still be part of the recovery group.
Yeah,
So
and
true.
hopefully we can reach more people than just Lancaster County.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
Maybe, have this start in other counties, or even other states, I know that they do have some in some other areas, but, hopefully this thing can pretty much jump off where it's not accessible, so.
I know I personally go to my 12-step meetings, and I go to meetings in Texas, California. I actually went to a meeting overseas. It was actually really exciting because the people you get to meet and get to know during the meetings is amazing.
Whoa.
Well, I would definitely, first off, I want to thank you guys for bringing this conversation to TCP. And for starters, let's just talk a little bit about what Recovery Lancaster is. For the viewers at home that may not know exactly what it is, can you guys talk briefly about it?
You want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maggie. I would say for me, I've lived in different areas since I initially got sober. And
Lancaster County, I felt right at home in recovery in Lancaster County right away. I got connected with people in recovery, and I was amazed at the things that, like, outside grassroots that were starting up, like how proud everyone was to like be sober in Lancaster County. Before I moved to Lancaster County, I was pretty ignorant and I didn't think that there was anything else besides the Amish out here. So I didn't. So coming out to Lancaster, I didn't really know what to expect. And so, but pleasantly surprised for sure.
I know that Lancaster as a whole is a really good, solid recovery group. We're all here to support each other, connect with each other, and just help each other stay clean and sober another day.
So, recovery to me is basically, obtaining some form of freedom from active addiction and being able to live life again, and active addiction with, substance use disorder, you're pretty much like a slave to the drug. You wake up every morning and your first thought on your brain is, I got to get out the door and I got to, hurt who I got to, rob, and do whatever I got to do to get that next one. Whereas recovery, I'm able to wake up and breathe, So, that's pretty much what recovery looks like to me. And then Lancaster County is a great, recovery community. I've really noticed that the stigma is being broken here. And it's unfortunate that there's still that stigma attached, but, what they're doing here in Lancaster County is huge. Hopefully the strides being made here, can help other counties and other areas and other states, take some similar steps.
Yeah, it's interesting you're saying about, getting up in the morning and going to get that drug. I definitely can relate to that because I was the type of person who I had to have my drugs in the morning or I couldn't function during the day at all. But recovery has given me so much freedom. I actually am excited to hear my alarm in the morning. I'm not a morning person, but I actually get excited to hear my alarm in the morning to get up to go to work and get a full day's work in and realize I don't have to be high to do what I do.
Well, since we're talking about stigmas, right?
And breaking down stigmas, I want to ask, obviously this is a question that we already know because we have different people sitting on this panel. Does addiction discriminate?
Absolutely not.
So it doesn't matter who you are, how old you are, which is a big emphasis as well, because we got a lot of young people here that are searching for guidance, that need an impact that you guys are making right now, right?
And unfortunately, like, the stigma really comes from media, TV and movies, usually, like, I know growing up for me, like, a junkie or, like, crackheads were, like, people you seen in New Jack City, or, like, the old hobo, like, with the bottle in the brown bag, like, all dirty, and it's so far from the truth. Like, yeah, there are those things, but there are addicts who are doctors and lawyers and, people that have no money to a lot of money. You know, it doesn't matter what age, race, sexual identity, creed, religion, lack of religion. You know, it does not discriminate at all. You know, addiction can ravish through any community, whether it's the suburbs or the ghettos. You know, and a lot of times in movies and stuff, you see it mostly in the urban neighborhoods. You know, the black kids and the Spanish kids, and you know, it's so far from the truth.
Interesting. How important is it to emphasize that being sober is not the only part of recovery, if that makes sense? Like, is that like people think that, okay, just because I'm sober for a bit, right, that I'm taking those steps, but like how much more is it to that concept?
I know personally for me, like, I thought when I got clean, I wanted that instant gratification. I was like, I'm not using. It's more than just the drug. You know, it's your personality, it's your life, it's everything you do as a person. And working through the 12 steps, I've been able to learn who I am as a person, and put that into my life.
Can you briefly walk me through those 12 steps? Anyone?
Yeah, for sure. I was just going to say something about what he was saying too. Is when I first got sober, I thought I was going to have to hang out with my parents for the rest of my life and like not have to go anywhere, because I was like, life not using drugs now, like, it's just not cool. There's no fun anymore. You know, how am I going to have a glass of wine at my wedding? And I'm like, you know, 16. So like, why am I even thinking about that far in advance? But on the flip side of that, the second, you know, when the drugs and alcohol were the solution to the internal struggle that I was feeling the whole time. So now you take away those substances, the substances are my coping mechanisms. That's like, you know, that's how I come apart at the seams. And then people are like, oh, well, you know, they're an alcoholic. But really it was like a soul sickness really that was kind of going on. And so now you strip the substance away, and then I still have this soul sickness and I can't mask it with the drugs and the alcohol. So now what comes out is like selfishness and self-centeredness. Now I want to like heavily spend on credit cards and all that kind of stuff. I want to get into relationships rather quickly. So just because you put down like the substance doesn't necessarily mean that like you're recovered. So I think that's what I thought of when you asked that question initially.
From what you're saying though, it kind of
seems like most people get rid of one addiction for another.
Yeah. I mean, and if you're not actively,
you know, treating whatever it is with some type of pathway, you're just going to fall into that trap over and over again.
Okay. Well, in regards to the 12 steps, I do want to hear like what are these steps that people should be able to take to walk that journey? Anyone can answer.
I mean, I know for myself it was difficult, and I know for a lot of people in the field it's difficult to see, because in the steps they do mention God or a higher power. So basically with the steps, like in the first step, you're admitting your powerlessness. You're saying like, look, I can't like use drugs like I can't use drugs or alcohol like normal people. There's nothing about this what's happening. And once I do pick up that substance, this phenomenon of craving develops, and I don't know when I'm going to put it back down. I have lost all control and power. And then the second and third steps kind of piggyback on like you finding a spiritual connection to the world in whatever realm that might be. Not necessarily, you know, the coolest thing about the steps is that you can pick whatever type of God you want. You know, you can find characteristics of love and acceptance and pride or whatever that you want to have, and you can make that the power greater than yourself. And then in the third step, you're just making a decision really to continue to follow through with the rest of the steps. And then I'll let if you guys want to.
Yeah, I mean, the fourth step is pretty much taking a moral inventory, you know, looking at yourself within, and not just your faults, not just, you know, your defects, but your assets as well. You know, looking at like, who have I hurt, how have I hurt myself. You know, the fifth step is sharing that with someone who is supportive of you in your recovery. And then the sixth step is pretty much just working through those defects. You know, coming to a realization that, like, you know, I do have some things wrong with me, and I do have a fractured personality, and I have been masking them with drugs and alcohol, and I need to find a better solution to that. And moving on to like the 7th and 8th step, is you're finally allowing a higher power, whatever you choose, because it does talk about God in the 12 steps, but it's versatile. It's whatever is loving and caring and supportive. It could be a chair. You know what I mean?
Seriously.
Like it can be anything. Not necessary. It's not a religious program.
Okay. How has COVID impacted your mission?
So,
I bet it's been rough.
I think it's safe to say that COVID has, been the biggest downfall of 2020, and it's affected a lot of things. I really feel for the people who are just getting out of treatment. Because when I got out of treatment in 2013, I was able to get to a physical meeting. Because I'm a very social person. I'm very out front, very bold. Love the interaction with people, and I feel for the people who just get out of treatment because they're told, hey, get to this Zoom meeting. And I know, me personally, if I would have been told to go to a Zoom meeting, it probably wouldn't have happened. So it takes a lot more effort now to get the people who just got out of treatment to get to a Zoom meeting, because a Zoom meeting is just like a personal meeting to me, in-person meeting. You're still meeting people, you can still ask for phone numbers. The biggest thing for me is building a support network. You gotta have a good support network or it's not gonna work for you. So, the big thing is to get these people, these meeting IDs for the Zoom sessions, get them into Zoom meetings, and get them to start building a support network.
There's something spiritual that happens within the meetings, the physical meetings, that really can't be explained. So to go from being in a physical meeting, hugging people, to a virtual meeting does it work, does it help? Yes, but there's not that accountability. I could be in a Zoom meeting, getting high on the side, and no one would even know. You know what I mean? Whereas if you're in a meeting, we're gonna know if you're getting high, in the background. You know what I mean? In the seats. But just that love that you feel when you walk into a room full of people that are just like you and want to help you. You know what I mean? I can remember personally being early in recovery, and I sat in the back of this meeting. It was my first meeting in York County, and I didn't know anybody, and I was just getting ready to leave because I was so uncomfortable and I felt so alone. My disease had isolated me from society for so long, that I didn't know how to socially act with people, coming into recovery. And I was just getting ready to leave, and some lady comes up to me and she's like, hey, look at you back here by yourself. Give me a hug. You're not alone in here. You know what I mean?
How'd that make you feel?
And that was a vital turning point for me. That made me want to stay. It made me realize, this lady doesn't know me from a can of paint, and somehow knew that I was feeling that way, and really helped me to stay seated. And you're not going to get that in a virtual meeting.
It's crazy how he was saying about how you could tell each other's feelings in the meetings. So I remember my first meeting, they all knew I was new. I was quiet, I didn't talk, and I had this big guy come up to me and just give me a big, huge bear hug. And I was like, whoa, what is this? And, because, I've tried other 12 steps before, and hugging was never a thing. Now I'm going to Walmart, I'm hugging random people. And they're like, what are you doing? I'm looking at hugging people. But yeah, it's hard, especially in virtual meetings, like you were saying, you can be getting high on the side. So the two most important words in recovery to me are honesty and communication. You have to be communicating with people and have to be honest with people in the program to make it work.
Talk to us a little bit about this concept of co-occurring.
Oh yeah, so I would say that for a lot of people who struggle with substance abuse and co-occurring disorders, one of the questions that people would say, well, which came first? did the co-occurring disorder come first, or did the substance abuse come first? Because a lot of times people will use substances to mask their feelings, like I said, and so they already have anxiety, and now they're self-medicating themselves with substances, and they're actually feeling better. So they're getting the relief from the anxiety because of whatever the medication is that they're taking, instead of like taking a different path. So and on the flip side too, sometimes people will be using substances for so long, and then they stop using the substance, and now all of a sudden they have clinical depression, or they have situational depression, and they don't necessarily know how to deal and cope with like the feelings that they may be experiencing. A lot of times for girls, eating disorders can become more active after they stop using drugs and alcohol, because when they're using drugs and alcohol, they might think that they're in control of how they're managing their weight. And then they might have a little bit of lack of control when they first get sober, because they're starting to feel so many new emotions and all that. But it's definitely a dangerous road. But there is ways to kind of get treatment for both, and kind of treat both things at the same time, and not necessarily always with specific medication, but you also can practice mindfulness, yoga, all those kind of things to work it all together.
I wanted to talk about that holistic approach, right?
We have a comment.
I'm sorry.
We have a comment. Alyssa says, definitely also feel for those who only know AA. The way it's been the past year, that's why it's that much more important for people with time to stay involved. Thank you all for your service today. Megan Hennigan says, powerful and true. The solution to our outside problems, sending virtual hugs for everyone.
That is awesome. Well, thank you
So much for that comment as well. Back to this holistic approach, right? You guys talked a little bit about how some people maybe turned off a little bit by like the higher source aspect, or tied that into religion, right? But spirituality is really about yourself, right? It's about like meditating and being one with yourself. How important is that mindfulness aspect and being mindful about your own issues?
Oh God, I'll answer first. I know, like, that taking the time to step back and understand that, you can't change the past or the present, and you can literally only deal with like what's in right now, really helps to try to me to stay in the moment. So when I practice mindfulness, like meditation and prayer, it's not the same, it's not religious by any means. It's my own pathway, and it works for me. It might work for you. You can borrow it if you want to, like, borrow my pathway, but like, it's what works for me. And in order for me to help somebody else, I need to like make sure that I'm treating myself. It's almost like a cell phone, right? You have a cell phone.
It is an instrument of communication, and it's fantastic. And even a dead cell phone is like, has all this technology, has all these pretty buttons and all that. But if you don't have a source of power to use that, to put into that phone to give it power, what is it? It's not gonna. It has no source. Like, it's not gonna do anything for you.
I hope y'all heard that at home. You just dropped a.
That was a great analogy. I like that.
She took that away from I had another question with you, and that was on point. So before we get out of here, right, I want to talk about how you've all been through this recovery process. If you saw a friend or a family member, maybe someone that you don't even know, right, how do you tell this person that they're not alone? How do you walk them through this step without attacking them? Because I think that's a part of some of the issues that we see today. You mentioned some of the stigmas that people seen in movies and in media over and over and over. So it's like, how do we do that without attacking people's character and letting them know, like, hey, we want to support you through this?
Well, for me, I know it's all about attraction rather than promotion. Hopes that they'll know my story, what I've been through and how I got through it. That's really the motto that I live by, and to just be there and say, hey, when you're ready, like, I'm here. I'm not going to force you. I'm not going to like jam all this stuff down your throat, because it's like, just trying to beat a dead horse.
Right.
Kind of what he was saying, like, I don't think anyone in recovery likes being told what to do. If they tell us to do something, we're going to do the opposite. No, it's all about my own personal experience. If I see someone struggling, especially a close friend, I've been talking about my own personal experience and how great my life is right now. And like you were saying, I'll let them know, hey, when you're ready, I'm here with open arms. Come to me and I'll help you.
Yeah, and a lot of times your own personal experience helps somebody else like break down the barriers. Because maybe I've been to treatment 10 times and there's somebody who's been to treatment 8 times who thinks that they're the worst person in the room. And I can walk up to that person and say, hey, guess what? You are not alone. I went to treatment more times than you. So if you're judging yourself, you're judging me too. So if we can just kind of come together, if you need help, we're here for you. Pennsylvania especially has so many resources for people who aren't sure whether or not they want to get sober or not. Like, hotlines and things like that. There's always somebody there to listen for sure.
A lot of resources, a lot.
What would you say, for each of you personally, your own journey, what was that like number one thing? What was that why that helped you get through?
When times where you thought like, you know what, I'm over this crap. Like I can't do it. I need my fix. Like what was it that told you like, you know what, I know that I'm bigger than this and I'm better than this? If you feel comfortable telling us.
I'll say, I mean, like mine was my mother. She would say to me like, this is not who you are. This is not the person that you are. And I didn't like believe that until like I finally was like, okay, I'm just going to try. I'm going to put one foot in front of the other. And then I also thought, hey, if life sober is not better, I can always go back to using. Let me just try it for a little bit. And if it doesn't get better, I'll just go back to using. And it did.
In a sense, like, would you say that your mother was right or wrong? Because this is who you are. You did make it through, and now, like, this is your life. You're walking through and changing other people's lives. Just want to throw that out there. But yeah, yours as well.
I know for me personally, like, the big kind of wow moment for me was when I was sitting in jail for a week. I was stealing drugs.
That was shocking,
a convicted felon. And I was like, you know what, this isn't the life I want. Like, I used to be in the medical and dental profession helping people, and I love helping people. And I wanted to get back into that. And every day I wake up, I thank God, I'm still clean and sober. I'm able to get up, get to my job, and help other people in their active addiction and recovery.
Thank God for moments of clarity while in active addiction, because I was probably $1.15 soaking wet with boots on, tracks from my neck to my toes. And I was living in the trap house, and I just caught myself in the mirror, just pale, dark circles under my eyes, and I just looked at myself in the mirror and was like, what the hell are you doing? I come from a family full of addicts, so, that was completely normal. To be anything other than a junkie was foreign to me. But from coming in and out of 12-step programs and treatment centers, seeds were planted, and, I reached out for help, and seeing people live the life that I used to live, get clean and stay clean, was like a hope shot for me. And it was like, you were just as bad as me. Like, if you can do it, why can't I?
Well, look, guys, I ain't gonna lie. I really got to say I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all because I never had this type of conversation for people to be so authentic and real. I hope y'all at home are watching and tuning in. Please make sure you're watching for the rest of the day. This is going to be going on all day, so we want to talk about it, all right? Shout out Recovery Day Lancaster 2020, the virtual experience with TCP Network. We'll see you soon.
In 2015, a group of people came together. The Lancaster Barnstormers wanted to do a recovery remembrance or recovery celebration during one of their games. A bunch of providers, professionals, people that have been touched by recovery, people in recovery got together, and they sort of went over, okay, how are we going to represent recovery at this baseball game? After the game was over, everybody sort of realized that this is needed. We need people to come together that would represent sort of a pool of experts on recovery, because we realized that there's not a lot of education and awareness on what recovery really is. And from that, the Lancaster County Recovery Alliance was born. Number one, it starts with people understanding what it is, what people are going through in early recovery, because people don't. It's not something that we talk about openly in our communities. So the Alliance started with that idea that we were going to increase the conversation in our communities surrounding recovery. We were going to increase awareness. We were going to lower stigma and misinformation and false narrative surrounding not only recovery, but the illness of addiction through our discourse in the community. So that's how we started in 2015. Since then, we've done an annual event, Recovery Day Lancaster, which is designed to be a celebration for people in recovery and their families and their friends and their loved ones and anybody that really has been touched by recovery. But it has turned into an event that we use as a platform to educate the community. We like to think that we're showing what recovery really looks like. I think because people don't understand what it is, they have images and viewpoints and perceptions of recovery and people in recovery that aren't true. People really don't understand that Lancaster is really alive and thriving with a large community of people in recovery. But it's not in our nature to sort of trumpet that. We sort of are humble about that, even though we celebrate it amongst ourselves. So if we're going to increase the recovery in our communities and the understanding of the recovery in our communities, we sort of have to recover out loud. We have to let our community members see us for what we really are. And hopefully in doing that, it's going to raise the education and hopefully the awareness that we really need to support this to be a healthier overall community. For more information on the Lancaster County Recovery Alliance and our contributing partners, you can go to lancastercountyrecovery.com.
Hello, I'm Jen Smith, Secretary for Pennsylvania's Department of Drug and Alcohol Programs. Thank you for having me, and thank you for joining today in virtual celebration recognizing September as the 31st Annual National Recovery Month. This year's theme is Join the Voices for Recovery, celebrating connections. Connections. That word certainly carries more meaning these days, doesn't it? Years from now, history books will probably detail the year 2020 as difficult, divisive, disruptive, and perhaps even devastating. We have faced challenges that none of us could have imagined, and at times, it has felt like we may never find a way out of these circumstances. As fall approaches, many are struggling to make decisions about schooling and whether to cancel community events and concerts. But thankfully, for the drug and alcohol community, the arrival of September is welcome. September is a month full of hope, advocacy, and change. Today, I'm calling on each of you to be the change. Let's work together to improve perceptions and attitudes about individuals with substance use disorder. You can make a difference by proudly sharing your stories, encouraging others who are struggling, and modeling positive behavior in your neighborhoods and communities. There has never been a more important time to remain connected to those around you. Check in on your loved ones and neighbors. Be supportive of one another. Together, Pennsylvania will recover from the events of 2020. I know this because the drug and alcohol community is a group that believes in recovery and resilience. This community has weathered many storms, epidemics, and crises together. And still, we are some of the lucky few who see recovery in action every day. So today, and throughout the month of September, we reflect and celebrate each of you, your strength, tenacity, and determination to overcome even the darkest of days. Together, connected, we will overcome. Thank you.
Hi, this is Lancaster County Commissioner Craig Lehman. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words about recovery here in Lancaster County. First, welcome to the 7th Annual Recovery Day Lancaster. Unfortunately, we can't meet in person this year. However, we can meet virtually and celebrate recovery here in Lancaster County. COVID-19 has brought many challenges to our community, and recovery is no different, and particularly so for those who are just starting out their own personal recovery. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who's involved in recovery every single day. You are truly making a difference in the lives of others, and you are truly making a difference here in our community in Lancaster County. And I also want to do a big shout out to all the individuals who are working on their own individual recovery every single day. I personally don't know what it's like to face addiction, so I'm not going to pretend to know more than I do. But what I do know is from talking to folks in our community that there is hope, recovery is possible, and there is a better life through recovery. So to all of you who are working on your own individual recovery, thank you for your bravery, thank you for your courage, thank you for your commitment, and thank you for your dedication. You are doing yourself, your family, your friends, and your community a great service by working on your own personal addiction every day. And I'm rooting for you every single day. Once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to say a few words about recovery here in Lancaster County. As with all things difficult to deal with, we will get through COVID-19. And if things work out the way that I hope that they do, hopefully we'll be able to meet in person for the 8th annual Recovery Day next year. Thank you again for the opportunity, and may God bless.
Hi, my name is Denise Sirachi, Mayor of the City of Lancaster, and I am really pleased to be joining you for the 7th annual Recovery Day here in Lancaster on celebrating September 19th, 2020. And I know that we're doing this virtually this year, and I am surely going to miss the Serenity Circle and seeing all of you gathering together to celebrate recovery and your journey to this day. So with that, I wanted to just share this proclamation on behalf of the City of Lancaster. Whereas recovery is an essential part of our community wellness and prevention of addictive disorders works, treatment is effective, and people do recover and live full and productive lives. And whereas there's a need to eliminate the stigma and the misunderstanding that too often prevents individuals and families from seeking help and recovery-oriented support. And whereas we have to continue to educate and raise awareness that addiction is treatable and recovery is happening, it's happening all around us, and with over 23 million people nationwide. And we know that 85% of individuals who sustain 5 years of recovery will live their entire lives in recovery. And so, whereas we must continue to reach those who need help and advocate for a system of public health that enhances prevention, strengthens treatment, and supports long-term recovery from this illness, we will foster recovery in this community and be living proof that we do recover. So congratulations to all of the organizers, all of the volunteers who are making this Recovery Day happen virtually in this time of COVID, and your efforts are appreciated and recognized by the City of Lancaster. Thank you so much.
On any given day, you can find me here.
On back roads, cheering in the bleachers, across the room, having coffee with a friend. We're your neighbors, your coworkers, your mentors, your loyal patrons, the parents of your children's friends.
We're scholars, musicians, executive directors, church members, homeowners, happily married.
We're everyday people just like you, living in a place we all call home.
But before today, before this year, before last year, my life was nothing like yours. Because I'm a person in recovery.
Addiction recovery is a living reality for every community.
And when we have access to resources and support that help maintain 5 years of recovery,
85% of us go on to sustain recovery for our entire lives.
All of us got here with the support of those around us.
So every pathway to recovery is a cause for celebration.
Because we only get one life. And when we're living it best, we're all in it together.
So the next time you're out there,
On back roads,
in the bleachers,
sitting in a coffee shop with a friend,
one of us may be there too.
Smiling, knowing that we are free and at peace.
grateful to be alive,
Grateful just to breathe.
grateful to be sober and have a second chance.
at a life beyond our wildest dreams.
What does recovery mean to you in your life right now?
So recovery to me, it means being well in all aspects of my life. It means, being spiritually sound. It means, being physically active, and it means, really taking care of myself mentally as well.
How long have you been in Lancaster? Are you from Lancaster?
I'm from Lancaster, yeah. I was raised around here. I went to high school around here.
Yeah? So what do you think about the recovering community in general in Lancaster?
I love how it's grown. I remember Lancaster City not being what it is. I love that everybody's come together. We've really, taken recovery in Lancaster. We've respected it, we've fostered it, and we've made it something very beautiful.
What's been important to your personal recovery journey?
What's been important to my personal recovery journey is just being well, just being spiritually sound. Just really, just doing this program, doing the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, again, just like remaining spiritually sound and just taking care of myself in all areas of my life and just really caring about me and being active and, using this fellowship and just really diving into Alcoholics Anonymous.
Hey everyone, Johnny Fab here from the All One Recovery Educational Institute at Luzerne County Community College and the Pennsylvania Recovery Advocacy Project. And I'm a person in long-term recovery. And what that means to me is that my substance use condition has now been in remission since January 26, 2014. And directly because of my recovery, I'm able first and foremost to be a husband to my wife, to be a father to my children, and a grandfather to my grandchildren. I'm employable today. Recovery has given me life. And I want to remind everyone that there is help. There is hope. You can recover. And if I have one last message for you all, it would be to do our duty and make recovery contagious. Recovery is life. Make it contagious.
I am Jonathan David Ketterock for full name. I don't really mind sharing that. Recovery for me is an attitude. It's a mindset. It's a complete change of lifestyle. Some people view recovery as just stopping an addictive behavior, stopping using a certain substance. I think that recovery is about changing your perspective on life and aggressively attacking what that means. Recovery's evolved for me throughout my journey, my progress. It's been really interesting. When I first got to rehab, I knew that I didn't like what I was doing, and I finally got to the point where I got over my own ego and said, all right, I'm going to take advice. I'm going to listen to what people tell me for once. And even if I think I know better, I've done enough of thinking I know better and not getting the results I want that I can listen to someone and earnestly do what they tell me and see if those results change my life. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm in, shout out Lucas, shout out Cornerstone for Recovery. That's why I'm here. I started with, I'm not going to Like, I'm gonna go to rehab, I'm gonna stay sober, but there's no way I'm going to a recovery house. I don't have the time, I don't have the energy, I can't cohabitate, that's too stressful for me. And I started sharing in my groups, I started talking. I didn't even like my counselor at first. But Tom was a really good guy and he helped me a lot. So I took the advice of my counselors, I took the advice of the people, anyone who shared. Regardless if I thought it was a good share when I was at rehab, I listened, especially if I didn't think it was a good share, because that's just my ego getting in front of something again. And if someone's gonna drive an hour plus just to come tell me about their life for an hour, the least I can do is listen. That was followed with me spending a lot of time with the relapse unit. You know, I feel like anybody who's in the relapse unit has something to say. Some of them begrudgingly, some of them very candidly, but those are the people I want to learn from because I don't want to go down that road myself. And then finally it was, hey, you're about to leave here, what's the next step? And I was told, do a recovery house. And I called Cornerstone first, and I talked to Megan, and she gave me a bunch of stuff. I said, that sounds crazy strict, I'm not doing it. Then I called Blueprints, it was more strict. I went back to Cornerstone, and it was, what I was looking for was a balance of accountability, but autonomy. I don't think that if you handcuff yourself with too many rules when you first start, you're not going to have the liberty to grow and be successful in recovery. So I wanted somewhere that was going to hold me accountable, that was going to keep guidelines, that was going to have rules, so I'm not just out there running rampant, but also allowing me to have my own vehicle, to work, you know, to do things I need to do to grow. Fast forward, I loved Andrew. He was my house manager. He was instrumental in me being where I am too. He checked me, but never aggressively. He would let me make mistakes, and he kind of pulled me aside. He's like, hey man, you're working 60 hours a week, you've been missing meetings, are you sure that's what you want to do? It's just a recovery job. I'm like, oh shit, you're right. You know, like, and they made a point of getting me more meetings. I think that one of the interesting things is just going about trying to find a sponsor. The first time I went to get a sponsor, I heard this guy talk, he had everything I wanted. I'm like, yo, you! I went to talk to him after the meeting, and he was like, oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll sponsor you. I'm like, okay. And then like we talked for 5 minutes, and I started walking away. I'm like, I didn't get your number. He's like, oh yeah, here's my number. I'm like, okay, that seemed like he doesn't want to do this. And I called him, and he didn't get back to me, and I waited like 3 or 4 days, and I went to a meeting, and I just raised my hand and said I need help. I didn't care about who it was, I just knew I needed help, and I no longer had the luxury of waiting around for quote unquote the best sponsor. When did you know it? I think I got the best sponsor I could have got. Matt's amazing. He, first of all, when he shared his story, it was something I wanted. I just didn't know he was going to volunteer. I raised my hand in a meeting, said I need a sponsor, and the guy who was chairing it came to me and said, what are you willing to do for recovery? And I said anything. He said right answer, and right then and there he became my sponsor. But and his story was amazing. He just got married. He just had a honeymoon. He was at the bar talking to the bartender about recovery during his honeymoon. Like, you can't get better than that. That's what I wanted. I wanted something where I'm not scared of recovery for me is not 5 years later terrified to walk into a place that serves alcohol or go to a friend's wedding because there's alcohol because I might relapse. That's not recovery for me. Recovery is fully living my life, but knowing the right decision in my heart and continuing to live that and being there for other people and having a support network so when it does get hard I can fall back on that. Fast forward to Andrew decided to leave. He met a really wonderful guy and they got an apartment together, and it kind of was a faster timeline than I think some people anticipated, and he nominated me for house manager, and that meant a lot to me. And I talked to my sponsor because I think that, again, in recovery, you go through the steps. You don't just jump into decisions. I've moved on the drop of a hat across the country multiple times. It's not how I want to live anymore. Called my sponsor, talked to my sponsor. He said, I think this is a great opportunity for you to give back to the community. And that's where my thought process for being a house manager stems from. It's not about me. It's not about what I can do or who I think I am. It's about what can I give back to this community. And every time I make a decision, I think about myself in early recovery and how this person might be reacting. I think about the group dynamic and how this is going to affect the rest of the group. And can I just make a unilateral decision that I think might be good for one person, but it will shatter the group dynamics. And then I talk to my sponsor, I talk to Ray, I talk to upper management. I make sure that I'm getting all points and sources and contact of information so that I can make an educated decision. And so let's talk about some of the things I love. I hang out with my family. I talk to my dad. I cried about a month ago. I was sitting at dinner and I just looked up, and I just spent the weekend with my cousins who I, for all intents and purposes, abandoned in New Orleans to a horrible living situation with a father who couldn't handle anything and a mother who had just relapsed. And I just wanted to get drunk more than I wanted to be a role model. And that weighed on me heavily. And I just had a weekend with them where I had to talk to them. I had the opportunity to talk to them and tell them how much I love them. I got to take them shopping and buy them a bunch of stuff and realize that I can be someone in their life that they can count on. I'd spent that weekend with my mom reconnecting. She's a nurse practitioner, and she just switched path into doing a detox unit. So now I can call my mom and talk about things that we both have this Venn diagram of interest in, which is amazing. And I'm sitting there at dinner with my dad, and I was just so happy. Like, I talked to God. I was a staunch atheist all through high school, and every day I wake up, I drive to work, and I don't even pray. I just thank God that I get to work a job I like. I'm physically healthy. I can go to the gym. I can come back. I have a house full of amazing dudes. We cook dinner. We chop it up. I get some sleep and I do it again. And I have routine to my life. I have purpose to my life. I feel, for the first time in a decade, I feel like I can do something. There's literally not a challenge in front of me that I'm going to be afraid of. It'll be hard. Sometimes I'll swallow and go, oh God, but the support network I have behind me, they will help me fight through anything, and they will put me in a position to succeed. And that's recovery for me. Recovery is knowing who I am, knowing the right decision, knowing that I didn't get here by myself, and there's an obligation and a duty to give back what was given to me freely. I was terrified of taking on a sponsee 3 months ago, and I was just driving recently, and I'm like, I can't wait to do this with someone. It's gonna be weird, it's gonna be scary. I'm gonna call my sponsor every 2 days. I'm probably gonna call him more when I start sponsoring people than I am now, which is gonna give me shit for. But recovery for me is a new life. It's a new opportunity. It's not even redemption. It's renewal. It's it's the best decision you're gonna make. So do it.
If I was a bluebird, one day I would fly. Flap my wings, I'd fly so high I'd vanish in the skies. And I'd become the raindrops that gather in the clouds. I'd lay down bluebird songs on the people on the ground. People that were feeling blue would all lift up their heads, wonder at the bluebird music raining down on them. Start to snap their fingers, tap their feet, dance around. Anyone who's feeling bad, dance the bluebird sounds. They sang cha-la-la-la-la-la, bluebird music. Cha-la-la-la-la-la, bluebird song. Cha-la-la-la-la-la, you know you can't refuse it. Hear those birds, you got to sing along. Before I knew what was happening, bluebird songs they spread. But everyone around the world heard bluebirds in their heads. While the armies grew distracted, they all laid down their guns, and the soldiers danced on battlefields to the sound of bluebird songs. They sang cha-la-la-la-la-la, bluebird music. Cha-la-la-la-la-la, bluebird song. Cha-la-la-la-la-la, you hear those birds, you got to sing along. And on the streets of Kensington, bluebird songs they rain, till the addicts and all the alcoholics looked out through their pain. Some laid down their bottles, some laid down their guns. Addicts dance a bluebird song down in Kensington. They sang sha-la-la-la-la-la bluebird music, sha-la-la-la-la-la bluebird song, sha-la-la-la-la-la-la. You know you can't refuse it. Hear those birds and you got to sing along. Everyone must dance the bluebird song. Peace.
At Retreat, we believe in the power of connection. As a provider of behavioral health services, we understand that we aren't just treating individuals. We are helping families and strengthening communities. From our drivers to our doctors, we have one common goal: lifelong healing. We view our role as something that transcends boundaries. As dedicated professionals and key researchers in our field, our staff have become a trusted resource for news organizations and our community. We are changing the conversation surrounding mental health and substance use disorders. Every year, Retreat hosts over 100 free educational events to raise awareness. By providing affordable, high-quality, compassionate care, we radically change people's lives and provide resources they need to find connection and healing. We are Retreat Behavioral Health.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. My name is James. Again, for those that have tuned in since the opening, I just want to say I hope everybody is enjoying the content that we've had for Recovery Day Lancaster 2020. I do want to say that we will be on this page all day today. We want to thank the Culture Professional for their expertise in this. This live feed will actually end here in just a couple of minutes, and in less than 5, a new feed will start. So for those of you that have shared it, please share it again. And for those that share it to two more people than you did last time. We want to thank our sponsors again, Retreat for being our presenting sponsor. Penn Medicine, Lancaster General Health, Perform Care. Joining forces, Lancaster Behavioral Health Hospital, ListTrack, WellSpan Addiction Services, White Deer Run, and Recovery Centers of America, and of course, the Cultured Professional for their expertise in getting us out to everybody. So we have more to come. There's more music, there's more roundtables, and there's more celebration of recovery in Lancaster. So we'll be right back.
TCP in the morning. Wake up, guys. It's TCP in the morning.
Wake up!
Wake up.
Wake up! Wake up!
Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up!
Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up! It's TCP in the morning.
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 TCP in the morning.
It's 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 TCP in the morning.
Good morning. Wake up, y'all. It's TCP in the morning with the morning tea.
Sing the song here in a minute.
TCP in the morning.
Is more than a mask. This is power. Your power. To keep stores and businesses open. To cheer for the home team. To enjoy your favorite treats. To protect your family and community. The power to help beat this crisis is in your hands. All you have to do is wear it on your face. Let's mask up for Lancaster.
Got a puzzle, time to do it with your granny on the phone. Social distance got us grooving. With me you'll never be alone. Stop, this is family time. You will be just fine. We see no one except Amazon. This is family time. You will be just fine. We stuck at home, but we found Corona love. Wearing chains of macaroni, playing games with rocking trophies. Hide and seek, they always peeking. Been 2 hours, where is Lincoln? Got a puzzle, time to do it with your granny on the phone. Social distance got us grooving. With me you'll never be alone. Stop, this is family time. You will be just fine. We see no one except Amazon. This is family time. You will be just fine. We stuck at home, but we found Corona love. Alright, let's go. Just when you thought your chores were almost done, you're crazy, man, the fun has just begun. Just when you thought your chores were almost done, you're crazy, man, the fun has just begun. Stop, this is family time. You will be just fine. We see no one except Amazon. This is family time. You will be just fine. We stuck at home, but we found Corona love. This is family time. You will be just fine. We see no one except Amazon. This is family time. You will be just fine. We stuck at home, but we found Corona love. We found Corona love. We found Corona love.
The Lancaster Raise Project. And at the Raise Project, our mission is to assist all those individuals with substance abuse issues, problems, and concerns by fostering progress, enriching lives, and ultimately enhancing the recovery process.
Celebrate yourselves, celebrate each other, and celebrate with a community that supports those in recovery.
My name's Tony. I'm an addict, definitely. My original clean date was back in February 27th of 2018. And I've lived at the Cornerstone for Recovery House for about a month and a half. What does recovery mean to me? Well, I think the concept of recovery is a big thing, but for me it's on a daily basis and it's a lot of small things. So I just try to do the next right thing anytime I have a question of what I should do. It's about habits and behaviors, trying to turn that into lifestyle. And I know it's going to be a long journey, but there's sort of a double goal there. There's the short-term goal of just creating habits and turning into behaviors and lifestyle, and then there's a long-term goal of finally being productive and having a fulfilled life. In active addiction, you really don't care for much other than trying to figure out how to get the next one. So today, I take care of the little things in my life that normal people would do. It can be anything, but I mean, just washing my car is something I get enjoyment out of. Stuff that I wouldn't normally. I'm really, really glad to be from Lancaster because what I've heard starting this process is that Lancaster's got a lot of recovery. There's a whole lot of unity. There's a meeting or 3 every day, whether you want to do AA or NA. And for me, that's where I get my strength and hope. That's where I get to sort of recharge on what I've been doing and why. And I'm just really, really grateful to know my way around here and be able to help other guys show them around too.
Great.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel. I needed to go to rehab and experience, living clean in order for me to realize that it's about behaviors and habits. And if you just do those on a daily basis, so, if you got to stop and take a break and go to treatment, I'm a big advocate for that. It gives you a place to start, and then living in a recovery house afterwards continues that process. Going to 12-step meetings continues the process and keeps you fresh. So, the hope is there if you want it, and I think the means, it's yours.
Great.
I'm Amy Sechrist. I answer Lancaster County's addiction hotline, so I see on a daily basis how important hope is to people with addiction disorders and their families. And I serve on the Recovery Day Lancaster Planning Committee because I see how meaningful this event is to people. And I want anyone who needs a little hope to be able to share in the celebration. We see that recovery is not only possible, but it's probable in a supportive community. So I hope that this virtual event has been meaningful today for you.
Hello everybody, welcome back. My name is Dr. Johnny Vega and today is National Recovery Day, and we decided to collaborate with Lancaster County Recovery Alliance, and this is round 2 of the roundtable discussion. To the left of me, I have 3 lovely ladies, and ladies, introduce yourself, who you are, what you do, and your expertise.
My name is Beth. I mainly volunteer Donegal Substance Abuse Alliance. I'm a certified family recovery specialist, and I work in a doctor's office as well, and I work with addiction, get people into treatment.
I'm Andrea Johnson-Hatton. I have several roles that I'm doing now, but I've been a certified recovery specialist since 2017, I think 2016. I also do case management for Lancaster County Behavioral Health Disabilities Unit, and also am a trauma therapy intern with agencies over in York, and MSW student and woman in long-term recovery.
Hi everybody, my name is Maricel Sheldon. I'm a certified addictions counselor. I'm a private therapist here in Lancaster. I also teach yoga, which I love, and I also identify as a woman in long-term recovery.
Nice. First of all, thank you ladies for everything that you do. Congratulations on your recovery. I'm also an ex-addict in recovery, 22 years now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So this discussion, this round, our focus is going to be on home. And the first question is, how has family impacted your recovery? So we can go in order. You know, I can start if you want. Well, ladies first. Let's go. And I'll chime in as we discuss. How has the home life affected not only your recovery but your situation?
Well, my home life has been affected by addiction within my family.
Gotcha.
It has caused a lot of unnecessary
Drama. Right.
And the more stable we are, the better we are.
Right.
And better for the people in my family.
Gotcha.
That are in active addiction.
Right. Now, how has stability come in your family? Because of course, at one point things weren't stable. How did you get from point A to point B?
I had to find that myself.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go into recovery on my own.
Right.
And I took a little bit from here and there,
Mm-hmm.
different programs that I found worked for me.
Right.
And especially therapy.
Gotcha.
Therapy has helped me tremendously.
Right.
If I didn't recover, in my opinion, there's
Mhm.
basically no hope for my children
Right.
or
Right.
other family members.
It's like a domino effect.
Correct.
Once you start falling over, everybody else falls with you.
Exactly.
And now that you stood up, now the family stands with you.
Exactly.
That's a beautiful thing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right. And you had mentioned earlier when we were talking before we started recording, you were a sister or a family member that outside of your family structure. Were there any other addicts that once you recovered, you were able to support within the family?
I do my best to support my family.
Mm-hmm.
It is a lot harder to not support them, for them to receive
Right.
from me the same thing I would help another family member with.
Gotcha.
Another family.
Right.
They take it
Differently.
They
know you.
receive it a lot differently.
Yeah.
My family, they know me enough
Right.
to know.
Yeah.
So I make boundaries, stand my ground,
Right.
and let them know that I am always there
Gotcha.
when they're ready.
Now, a question for all three ladies. Do you feel as though it's easier to help a stranger than it is to help a family member?
Absolutely.
I can take that question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to say yes. Because one of the most destructive things about the disease of addiction is that it's a brain disease that kind of hijacks the person that's using, but it's also ravishes families, right? The relationships, it's people staying up at night, anxious, worried, concerned, and so like there's so much chaos that goes along with it, right? And there's so many old patterns too.
Right.
We also know that, you know, it's a family illness, right? So transgenerationally, genetically, there's so many impacts, right? And so along the way, when somebody progresses in their disease, they're hurting the people they love the most.
Right.
And that is fractured as well. And so when we talk about family recovery, we're really encouraging and really requiring families to get the help they need too, because it's mind-boggling. You know, how many moms and spouses and brothers and sisters have I, counseled? They're like, I don't get it. Like, why don't they just stop?
Right.
Like, they say they love me, they say they want to, and it makes the other people feel crazy, right? What are we doing? What are we not doing? How can we fix it? How can we make it better?
Right.
And the reality of it is you can't make it better for them, but you can contribute to helping them shape their lives in a different direction. Right. And for me, I'm going to say that, like, when I first got into recovery, I wanted to, like,
go to every single one of my damaged family members with like the recovery wand and be like, you will have it too, and that's just not how the message travels, right? Because again, all those fractured relationships, all that history, all that loss of trust, it gets messy. And so this is also the power of why recovering people, communities work, right? Because I didn't steal from you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not worried about you forgiving me.
There's nothing personal there.
That's right. There's an element of unity there that offers a source of strength and support that maybe some people never get from their family.
Right.
And Marisol, I really like the fact that you brought up that substance use is a family disease. Yeah. It affects families, not just the person who has a substance use disorder. There's also generationally, there's families that are 2 and 3 and 4 generations deep in substance use disorders. And a lot of times when substance use is happening in the home, you have that like don't trust, don't feel, don't talk. So you're not talking about your feelings, you're not telling anyone about what's going on. Being a child who may grow up in that situation and then also growing up to have their own, or getting older, developing their own substance use disorder. The stigma is that we don't talk. We don't talk about the person who is struggling. We don't talk about how we need help with the family member who is struggling. It's just stigmatized, and there's shame and there's silence that people don't really know that they can reach out and get help. People don't know that there are family recovery specialists and how they differ from a certified recovery specialist and certified family recovery specialist. You are certified as well. There's just so many dynamics that go into it on top of already the family's dynamic and how that may be damaged. And this is such like a topic that hits home so hard for me, because like I have substance use disorder around me. Even myself as a person or a woman in long-term recovery, like my spouse is someone who still actively struggles with substance use disorder. And even after 11 years, there's things that like although I know I'm a professional, like I'm a person in recovery, I know all these things, but it doesn't mean that I can just, like you said, magic wand them into being better. I can't just force my recovery onto someone. Because
ultimately it's their choice.
It is their choice, but I always kind of cringe when I hear the word choice, because we don't ever want to assume or spread, propagate the fact that addiction is a choice. Or that substance use disorder is a choice. You can choose to get clean. You can choose the first one, but because substance use disorder is so cunning and baffling and just powerful, that's oftentimes the only choice you have. And although you might want to get clean, they may have taken your kids, you may have lost your job, you may have gone to jail. The choice is not always there. So I'll come off of my soapbox, but whenever I hear the word choice,
so
I'm like,
what word would you use instead of choice?
Instead of choice, that's a good motivation. I would say motivated, willing. Motivated or willing. To be open to change. Change, absolutely. Yeah. And people do not come into recovery on their own. The process of recovery is individualized. It's unique to the person, but we don't recover alone. And so much of substance use is isolating and being, degradation and all of those things. Recovery is the opposite. It's coming into the light, it's opening up, it's talking about what's going on with you, it's asking for help, it's receiving help, it's receiving love from people, sometimes for the first time ever, until you're able to love yourself. Like that was one of the things that I heard walking through, the last treatment seminar that I went to, because I went to many. And when I got there, the staff member said, welcome, to such and such a place, where we're gonna love you until you learn to love yourself. Wow. And several years later, that same woman became my coworker at that very same treatment center. and that's, part of the community that we'll probably touch on in some of the other rounds, but we don't recover alone, for sure.
Wow, that's a beautiful thing. Now, as far as the home life, and I'm just thinking about my own experience, my mother loved me so much that she would enable me sometimes. And that's just because I'm her son, her one and only. And even though I was suffering and doing the wrong thing, she would make it easy for me sometimes.
Because you don't know what you don't know.
Right, right. And I totally agree with this is a generational thing, because my father was an addict, his father was an addict, and probably his father was an addict. So this is, when I speak to kids, I do motivational speaking. When I speak to kids, I talk about norms. Your norm might be different from my norm. So growing up, seeing these things that we go through, my mom getting high, my mom getting beat or whatever, that's the norm for me growing up. So it's not even about right or wrong. And then you gradually transition into that lifestyle because that's what you grew up watching. So and with the generational thing, in your home life, is that something that affected you guys, or ladies, as far as what you saw and grew up watching?
Absolutely. I
Right.
can just speak for being a Filipino American, raised with two immigrants, right? Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Hardworking, right? And they don't have time for this crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Right.
What's wrong with
Get
you?
your act together.
What's wrong with
Right.
you?
Right.
And so again, that layer of shame that Andrea was talking about before too, that like, we didn't make you this way, right? We didn't do this to you. We gave you everything, every opportunity, every education, every, all the support that was supposed to add to the recipe of success.
Right.
So where did you go wrong,
Right.
And so, absolutely. And so for me, and this is just my story, I too was a multi-treatment, failure. I hate that word too, failure, right?
Treatment resistant.
Treatment resistant, there you go.
That was my favorite.
Right, before I got it, before I was at a place where I could receive support and see my life differently. But I had to do that for me, and again, this is just for me, away from them.
Right.
Because again, like we just talked about, the sources and the tapes that I received from there are some of the things that I'm healing from, right? And so, physical distance.
Right.
Like I had to go to a sober living place away from Baltimore where I grew up, away, and that's what worked for me. And when we talk about recovery, we talk about an ongoing process, right? And so that's what I had to do early. And then as you go on, right, and as you grow and progress in recovery, then you get to do a couple of things. You get to pick a family of choice that you feel nurtured and nourished by, and you have an opportunity, if it's safe for you, to reconnect with your family you came from, and I'm able to do that in a way that's safe for me, right, on my terms. And they still are like, why do you still go to those meetings? How come you're still, they have a lot of questions, and they're where they are at, and I know what I had to do for me in order to get to this next place.
Gotcha. We have a comment. John Duffy says, seeing students of mine growing up in homes where addiction is present is perhaps the most difficult aspect of being a teacher.
That's a tough one.
That is tough. That is tough, because what do? You see them struggle.
Right.
And again, I'm just going to echo what you said, Andrea, about if you're in a position where you see kids struggling, listen, be that compassionate adult to just hear them. There's active Alateen meetings here in Lancaster County that are excellent resources for kids, family members who are struggling with a parent, especially addictive disorder. Yeah.
Just to answer that question, I'm a big proponent of mentoring, and mentoring is key. Hopefully we can get these kids in front of a good mentor where they feel comfortable enough to express themselves, what they're going through in their family life, and then as a mentor, it's our job to point them in the right direction to get them the assistance that they need. So I think mentoring is a big key with that.
Just a quick question as someone who's a son of a recovering addict. The personal attachment that the family members feel to that person's addiction. Can you guys speak to that and the way that it then in turn affects the addict? The way that, okay, me, I took it personal that my mom wouldn't, get clean.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then that in turn made her want to use again.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So
That's,
can you guys speak
again,
to that?
that totally speaks, I think that kind of just resonates with what we were
resentments.
talking about before. It's like, if you're in active addiction, the most horrible thing, we say that you're a tornado running through people's lives, but the people that get burned the most are the people that are closest to you, right?
Yes.
And children especially, developmentally, when you started to figure out there's something a little off with mom, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you could be stuck in that developmental phase, right? Because at that point, your brain is thinking to yourself, okay, what am I doing or not doing, right? That's making my mom do this, because survival, we can't think our parents are messed up. If we thought that, we wouldn't survive to the next level of our development. You know what I'm saying? And yet, there's probably, again, I hope your mother has found some peace and acceptance in her recovery, but I know mothers who that is a source of hurt and pain, because we can't redo that. We can't fix that. It's like, that's why we say amends are living. Just, what am I doing today? What am I doing today?
Right. Just can you guys speak to the individual cultural differences in recovery?
That was going to be,
one and a half. Yep. You have a great panel of women here.
I don't know, I'm gonna jump in. I've been trying to be nice and wait for a turn, but I'm gonna jump in too. There's definitely some differences in cultures and what your culture may believe about getting help, about recovery, about treatment, different things like that. There was also a big culture shock when I got here to Lancaster, and I heard Maggie talking about it too. It's like, what? There's something else here other than the outlets and the Amish? But this is the place where my recovery really took off, and I was able to also, like Maricel said, find that given family. I am a first-generation American citizen. So my parents did not play that. Like, there was not any, like, what is this that you're doing? We did not come here for this. Like, we taught you better than this. Like, those norms. Like, my mom probably had a sip of champagne on her wedding day. Like, that's it. Right. So when she noticed and saw that progression in me from maybe cigarettes to marijuana to everything else, it was like, okay, we knew you were doing that, but now this is like, this is where we draw the line. Like, what is wrong with you? And to also speak to your question, like, when you have a substance use disorder, it is something that is completely captivating. Like, it is a brain disorder. It's almost like being on autopilot and someone else has the controls. You love your family, you love your children, you may love your spouse or your job or your pets, but you cannot think of anything outside of what is going to get me the next one, and everything that I need to do to get that next one. So culturally, I think there's a lot of, like, just through my lived experience as an African American woman, like, I feel like there's way too many layers to, like, unpack here today. Maybe you can invite me back. Just saying. But there's so much, and there's a lot of the things that we're seeing now here nationally on the stage and the arena of culturally, if crack cocaine is your drug of choice, you're treated differently with that than whether it had been, powder cocaine. The things that you may do, criminology, like those types of things that go to get that next one. There's some blue collar things. There may be some more things. There's a lot that goes on to that. So culturally, I feel like there's a lot, and I'm going to say this and kind of shut it down a little bit. I did not think that women got clean. I went to meetings in my, in my hometown, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. I saw a lot of stuff that were going on in those meetings, and my personal pathway is a 12-step pathway, but that's not the only pathway to recovery. But when I got there, I was like, there's no way a woman can stay clean if she can continue to use what she's been given to get more. And I didn't know that that was like even a way of life.
Wow.
That like once, we see a lot of things depicted in, the movies, and I just think of like Halle Berry leaving her baby in the trash can and like different things like that. And I'm like, there's no way women get clean. But like I have a beautiful bunch of women in my life. Like you see women here today, I know that we can get clean and we can stay clean.
So, one question to wrap things up, and on culture, I was thinking about. I'm Puerto Rican. I'm from Hispanic descent, and one thing in our culture that it's called machismo. You know what machismo is? It's this tough image that these men portray. My dad did it. His dad did it, and we don't talk about our problems. We don't express how we feel, especially as men, and everything that happens in the house stays in the house. So as a family, we paint this pretty picture that everything's okay, but within the household, it's a mess. As culturally, how do you explain to a culture that it's okay to express themselves and say how they feel, especially young men growing up thinking that it's not okay to express themselves, it's not okay to cry, it's not okay. And then what we end up doing is self-medicating instead of expressing ourselves. To deal with the anxiety, we get high, we get drunk. So that's something that we need to deal with. I want to thank you ladies for everything you're doing in your respective fields. I want to thank you and honor you for where you're at in your recovery. This is TCP. I want to thank TCP for bringing us together, Lancaster County Recovery Alliance, Retreat for helping sponsor this event. Stay tuned for round 3 coming up soon. Is there anything you ladies want to say before we wrap it up?
Oh, a lot, but
it's only 20 minutes. I'm sorry. We got to do this again.
Thank you for what you do too.
Thank you. You're welcome. Go to the video.
Matt, person in recovery. I'm affiliated with the 521 Club. Been on the board for 5 years, and I am the events coordinator.
Jay, I've been on the board for I can't tell you how many years, off and on. The 521 Club actually saved my life in early recovery. My current position on the board is board chairman.
I'm Matt, and I've recovery for about 4.5 years through the program of AA, and have also been on the board at the 521 Club for about going into my 3rd year now.
History of the 521 Club. A lot of people ask, where did the name come from? And the name came from, the club was started at 521 West King Street. And one of the older members around here says that he believes it was started there because it was so close to the prison. I don't think that's true, but that's one of the stories that goes around. But it started out in a house, and a lot of the long timers around, as myself, the five obviously not there, but this club has saved my life over the years. Since I've been sober. I got sober in 1989, and the first meeting I came to when I got out of rehab was the club. It was on Harrisburg Pike, and I actually met the guy there that spoke at my rehab, and I've been associated with that rehab the whole time I've been sober too. The White Deer Run, I've been on that alumni for an extended period of time also. But the club had a number of homes. We never owned a place, and we were saving money to get a place, and 2400 Butter Road became available and we came out and looked at it, and we were able to get a loan or a mortgage. And I'm happy to say last year we burned a mortgage. It was a 30-year mortgage, and we paid the place off in 20 years. And this place has been a lifesaver for a lot of people.
I've been around the club for a little over 7 years. Same as Jay, like my early sobriety, I was here all the time. It was a place where I felt safe. And as a newcomer, you know, that's important, where I can come and pretty much there's, you know, a meeting every couple hours here during the week. You know, 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., at 12 noon, 3 p.m., 5:30 p.m., and at 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then the weekends, same deal, just a little bit, the hours are a little different. But inside of the club, I mean, I see a lot of fellowship, I see a lot of recovery, people helping other people. We have a lot of events, you know, letting newcomers know that you can still have fun sober. You know, you don't have to have a substance in you to be able to have fun, and that's important as well. I remember some of my first, you know, events out here being like the Halloween dance, which is always a hit out here, and just coming out and seeing people in costume, dressed up, you know, people playing pool, and it was just like, I remember just the environment, it felt so just safe, but like just so much fun. Like I just couldn't believe that there was a place that existed like this, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's always, you know, it's very positive, people helping other people, and just, you know, what recovery is about, you know, just passing the message to the next sick and suffering person.
I think our membership right now is about 162, and the membership fluctuates because what happens is we have if you've never been a member, you can join for $25, and that gets you 3 months and a key. And what we found since we started that is with the amount of recovery houses that are around, we have a lot of people join for the 3 months, and then their life gets better, they get jobs, they move on, and they don't get here as much. So our membership fluctuates a lot due to that. That's what we're attributing it to. One of our other members who does the membership, he really tightened that up so we have a closer idea how many members we do. So we do have. So we are really close to 162, like for the past year or so.
I mean, I think something important to add on to that is like the difference between the club membership and a membership in recovery, you know, right. in a program, Alcoholics Anonymous or whatever. You know, we, you know, this clubhouse is a social club, you know, so you can pay to have a member, you get a key card, and you have 24/7 access to the building. You know, you don't have to be a member of the club to come to the meetings. You know, anyone's welcome to come to a meeting, you know, and help their recovery. But that's something that, like, for me, I was very confused for a long time. I thought that, you know, if I came to meetings that I was a member of the club, and like, you know, there is an importance in the difference, because, you know, I think that when I became a member of the club, I started getting involved in different ways, and I started being able to be of service in different ways. Whereas when I would just come to the meetings, I would come, drink some coffee, sit for a meeting, go out and leave, you know. But when I started being a part of the club as a member, then I started getting involved with the events, you know, and all that kind of stuff, which really enhanced my recovery. You know, it allowed me to meet a lot of people like Jay and a lot of the guys and women that have been around, you know, so that when I moved out of that recovery house, I was plugged in, you know, and I wasn't just falling on my face, just knowing the 13 guys I lived with, you know, and I think that was important for me.
I wasn't here, you know, 5 years ago, but I mean, even, you know, 10 years ago to now, I mean, for the time that I've been on the board, I've heard that that we've made some pretty serious leaps towards like getting connected to other types of recovery through, you know, other than AA and what we sort of facilitate here. We've gotten connected in other ways and sort of been able to establish ourselves in the recovery community, and it's definitely changed, you know, it's definitely opened up the doors to more people to come in here and sort of see what we actually do. For a long time, I think the stigma of the 521 Club is just sort of old white dudes hanging out, drinking coffee and smoking, you know, and going to AA meetings, and, you know, I think there's a lot more here than that. think they help out a lot. I mean, it helps out a lot of people in a lot of ways. And I think, like Matt said, it definitely enriched my recovery beyond just like going to a meeting and connecting with people there. You know, it added an element of service and fellowship that wasn't there early on for me. So
one of the things that I've noticed since we've I guess about 6 years ago, two 521 Club boards ago, we came up with an idea to have a community picnic, a neighborhood picnic. So a couple of us went out door to door, handed out flyers, and invited the neighborhood to come see the club. We didn't know how it was going to go. Some of the people, as soon as we knocked on the door and they came, "Are you down the street, the big building?" Yeah. Said one lady down the street here. She goes, "I just looked you guys up the other day online." She said, "I could never figure out why all those cars were there. Then it would empty out. Then all those cars were there, and then they would empty out." So people see, the neighborhood saw, but they really didn't know what we did, and that was a really good thing that we did. People came down with, found out what we did, gave us donations because of what we did. Some of them had people in recovery, and some of them, the most important thing I think is they know where to send somebody. Yeah. So that's the biggest, one of the neatest changes I've seen here, is us reaching out and it actually helping.
So the 521 Club, we host generally 13 to 15 events throughout the year. So everything from dances, we hold community picnics. We do a Thanksgiving dinner. So anyone can come in and just have Thanksgiving served. If you don't have a place to go, you want a hot meal, all are welcome. We do puppet shows. We have a Christmas puppet show for the kids. That's normally the Saturday following Thanksgiving. And one of my favorite events is the Alcothon, which starts at 12 noon on New Year's or Christmas Eve day at 12 noon and goes, there's a meeting every hour until noon on Christmas Day. So it's 24 hours of meetings and food. So like one of the coolest things is seeing that place jam-packed at 12 noon on Christmas Eve. And then like as soon as it's over at 1 o'clock, there's just this huge spread of food that comes out, and people, there's more food that gets put out every hour on the hour. We have volunteers that come in throughout the day, all the way into the wee hours of the morning, and there's always a meeting, and there's always a few people, New Year's Eve dances, we have a Super Bowl party, we have a Valentine's dance. We do, we started Recovery Rocks, which joined, with Recovery Day Lancaster, which is how we got involved with Recovery Day Lancaster, and now we're except for this year, we're the music aspect of the event. So, that was a one we just started a few years back, and there's a couple more, but I think I hit the big ones. And the other thing is that people, a lot of recovery organizations, so Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, they hold events here. So they can rent the space out for a day, fairly cheap, and they can hold their share days, or a dance or a workshop or whatever they want to do. We've had everything from baby showers to weddings, birthday parties. I mean, people, it's open to whoever, so as long as, you're okay with the meeting, we don't stop the meetings. We have a downstairs space that we allow the meetings to happen, so I always tell the people that running it, as long as you're okay with people walking through to come to a meeting, you're more than welcome to use it. So we do a lot of events. Recovery for me today is just more than I could have ever imagined my life, to be. Because when I was in that addiction and I was stuck, in hell, I never imagined that I'd be able to be a part of something that's greater than me. That's how I look at this place. It's I didn't start it, right? And it'll be here long after I'm gone, but I got to be a part of it. Any organization that I get involved with, and I just never imagined that I would have complete freedom, and be able to go anywhere, do anything, and just have, a life, sounds corny, but beyond my wildest dreams, Some really cool things have happened since I've been sober, and I was promised in the beginning, if I continually do this thing on a daily basis, like more amazing things will continue to happen. And even when the stuff that's not so amazing happens, I know how to get through it and deal with it, you know, so that's probably my answer for that one.
I guess, you know, that question always gets me. Like, if I would have been 2 years sober and you would have asked me that, I would have said, this is it. It's not going to get any better. It can't get any better. And like 31 years later, it's like, guess what? It got better. You know, it's just, it's hard to say. You know, all I can say is if you're new, nothing's free. You must do the work in order to reap the rewards, you know. And you know, I've sponsored many people over the years that they just weren't willing to do the work, you know, and they got what they got. They wanted it for free, and nothing's free. You know, you must do the work, and by doing the work, you know, you get what we have, you know, and that truly is a life beyond your wildest dreams, you know. I was 32 years old when I got sober. I got married at 34. My wife had 2 stepkids. I now have, oh my God, this is bad. I now have 5 grandkids and 1 great-great-grandchild. I mean, hello, it's, you know, and it's going to get better from here? I gotta believe that.
I've just been given a life. I mean, recovery, I've just been given an incredibly full life. Like Jay said, I never ever could have imagined that my life could be this good. It's still life, so I still go up and down, and I still have to deal with bullshit. I still have to deal with, you know, tough times and stuff, but I have been given just a life that I could have never imagined. I came into this program very young. I was 22 when I got sober. And I just had such a small, like my world was just so small and lonely and just like a hell, like Matt said. And coming into this program and reaching out for help and doing the work, you know, it really does come down to doing some work. You know, I had to do some work on myself. And through doing that, like I just was given like a purpose. You know, I've been given relationships with my family, with my brothers again. You know, I've built like real long-lasting friendships with people. I've been able to help other people, which I never thought I would have been able to do. To actually be like, to be of service to other people who were struggling like I was when I came in here. I've been able to have an incredible career. I just started my own business. I hold down like a place, like my finances, like everything is just like, it's beyond anything I could have ever imagined and anything that I ever would have thought I'd be able to achieve. And you know, for me it was through this program and it just spider webbed out, and it just continues to just go further and further. And you know, my higher power, I believe, has really taken care of me and blessed me through the years I've been here. And like Jay said, I think it just continues to get better. You know, I go through hard times, but it just continues to get better and better and better. And yeah, recovery has just given me a lot.
Okay, so like when I came in here, I was completely homeless. My family didn't want anything to do with me. I was jobless. I was pretty much like sleeping behind dumpsters, under bridges, or on somebody's floor with a sheet. You know, like that was like where I was at. Completely strung out on opiates.
Outside of recovery, we're running with our demons until we're no longer breathing. We have affliction, suffer from addiction. Now is the right time. Recovery is a lifetime.
I have a home, I have a job, I have people in my life that love and care about me and that I love and care about like with all my heart, and that means the world to me because like I didn't have that for so long. But like I just smile when I think of my life now compared to like the hopeless me like coming in these doors like just wishing I was dead, and now I can't imagine being dead. And just being able to be there and support like the next guy that was like me coming through that door for the first time.
A clean date is March 24th, 2019.
And you're coming up on what?
I'm coming up on 18 months on the 24th of September.
Yay!
Recovery month, yay. The game changer for me was when they made me the peer leader here. It taught me responsibility, and it taught me to help out my brothers who are also still sick and suffering, and that's something I carry inside the Narcotics Anonymous rooms today.
Recovery is a journey, not an event. It will take time and hard work to maintain our sin. A twisted mask was a disease, never a friend, that's our worst enemy. Before we knew who we could trust, we ran like someone was chasing us. Lost a lot along the way, our entire lives in disarray. Outside of recovery, we're running with our demons till we're no longer breathing. We have affliction, suffer from addiction. Now is the right time. Recovery is a lifetime.
Rip off the band-aid, our pain no longer concealed. All our fractured parts can then begin to heal. We're shedding layers, trying hard to be free. Being in recovery is the only light we can see. We all need to find our own path in life. A solid support system will make sure we do it right. If we open this book, we might just discover by working the steps. We all can recover just for today.
Hi, welcome to White Bear Run.
Fan of anybody taking steps to empower themselves to start living and being the best version of the person that they can become.
Sure.
I feel like using the term recovery in behavioral health conditions it is a little bit of a misnomer because we control our behavior doesn't control us, even though it sometimes feels like it can. So to say I'm in recovery from a behavior that I ultimately control, I think that's a little bit of a slight towards people that have illnesses that they can't control. So I don't necessarily agree with it. I think I used to have a maladaptive set of coping skills that consisted of drinking and other self-destructive behaviors. And I choose not to do those things anymore because they don't serve me. They don't serve me towards being the person I really want to be. And I know it's really hard for a lot of people to get out of that rut initially. It can feel very much like a sort of thing where you are powerless. Yeah, I just live every day like it's my last, or I try to, and I make mistakes for sure. But you know, I just think of what kind of legacy I want to leave behind. I think of you know, who I want to be to the people I do care about, and I just try to be that person. You know, I want to be somebody that made a positive impact on my community and on my loved ones. And so I guess living in alignment with my values in that sense is what really supports me emotionally towards making healthy decisions.
Hi, my name is Becca, and I'm a woman in long-term recovery from substance use disorder. And what that means to me is I've not had a drink or a drug since September 19th, 2013. Throughout my life and early in my teens, I had always dealt with an overwhelming feeling of isolation and detachment, and I never really felt like I belonged. And that led to my introduction to drugs and alcohol in my teens. Throughout the time that I was using and engaging in substance use and abuse, it ultimately led to me engaging in really destructive behaviors that were destructive to me and to those around me, which led to criminal activity for me. And that ultimately led to my incarceration. Gratefully, my incarceration was the catalyst that allowed me to become willing to do something different and engage in a process of recovery. Throughout this process, the one thing that I've been able to hold on to is that I've never felt the isolation and the degradation that I felt when I was actively using. I've been able to look towards people like Jody, Al, and Denise, who have been a consistent message of hope for me, and learn from them and walk this thing out with them so that I can in turn help others walk their process out. And I've been able to achieve many things in this process. I've been able to obtain a degree, and now I'm able to work with people every day who struggle just like I did as a certified recovery specialist. And I'm able to just be that constant message of hope for them that this thing can be done.
My name's Sam, I'm an alcoholic. My sobriety date is March 8th, 2020. I'm from Old Township, New Jersey, new resident in Lancaster. I guess recovery, for me personally, just be to have self-love again, start to bring my self-esteem back, and just the taking off the backpack of hopelessness, and as Ray would say, doom, impending doom, and just the chance to know that I have a future now, to be a son again for my mom and dad, and to be a brother to my father, to be able to just show up in their lives, and begin to be a part of the family. Lancaster County, has helped me a lot in this last year, with helping me get into treatment, funding for treatment, and then also with helping me afford to get into this recovery house, scholarshiping me, just giving me this opportunity this time that I burn all the other bridges to have help. Just grateful from Lancaster County for all the recovery house community, Cornerstone, New Life, all the houses that are trying to do the right thing and help guys. First time winner, in recovery. I'm not 10-time. I'm not a 52-time. After that many times in treatment, and I just never gave up and consistently have just tried to show up, and I just want to be able to help other people, like all the people that have went out of their way to help me.
And I thought for the second song I would do, it's not directly about recovery, but it's related to the fact that I'm alive and that I had come very close to passing away. And my life was saved by a little girl. I had had a deadly disease, and she saved my life by her passing, and I received her liver. Just last Christmas, had a vision to drive from Philly down to Floyd. Woke one morning, I left without warning, seek a little comfort and joy. Drove down south right through Virginia, sat in silence for a while. Spirit said one day, son, you best get on your way now. Drive on to North Carolina. What have I got to lose? Seems like my life's going south. Standing here beneath this fingernail moon, going down to Asheville for a while. Going down to Asheville for a while. A year ago I was hurting, laying in a hospital room. The doctors and my friends, they didn't know for certain if I'd pass away or pull through. The very same night, sweet young child in a tragedy passed away. Little part of her is now a little part of me. We're both singing to you today. What have I got to lose? Seems like my life's going south. Standing here beneath this fingernail moon, and I'm going down to Asheville for a while. I think I'm going down to Asheville for a while. These rolling hills move up and down, and my heart blood is pumping in and out. Can't believe I really made it through. Music fills this mountain town, built upon this hallowed ground, breathing, singing, living life anew. Part of her spirit sings within me. Part of her spirit sings above. Got a little angel sitting here beside me, singing in mercy and love. What's she singing? She's singing out, what have I got to lose? Seems like my life's going south. Standing here beneath this fingernail moon, guess I'm going down to Asheville for a while. We're both singing out, what have I got to lose? Seems like my life's going south. Standing here beneath this fingernail moon, going down to Asheville for a while.
Hi there, my name is Kamala Wadad, and I'm playing some songs for you from cold, rainy Wisconsin. He's been dreaming of this night for months. He's going for his first kiss, but she's looking so pretty under that starlight. He's thinking, man, don't blow this. You know he's waiting for her fire, staring her right in the face. Who's gonna light up that first spark? A candle waiting in the dark, in the dark. fly away. Oh, how many years they roll by, eating, working, sleeping, then retire. She wonders if he still loves her when she looks in his eyes. You know they're waiting for that fire, staring them right in the face. Who's gonna light up that first spark? The candle waiting in the dark. You know they're waiting for that fire, staring them right in the face. Who's gonna light up that first spark? The candle waiting in the dark, in the dark, in the dark. Does the seed know it will break before it can grow? Would it tell you to spare it the pain? Let it stay your seed instead of becoming a tree. We're so afraid to love, bleeding hearts running one more cut, leaning over the past, but choosing the same colors. Let's get out, let's get in to an undefended love. Taking in the shade of this tree, ignoring the chaos it took to travel through the dark mud. She's breaking everything to find the sun, but we're so afraid to love, bleeding hearts running for one more cut, painting over the past, but choosing the same colors. Let's get out, let's get in to an undefended love. Lay down the armor, rewrite the stories of your past, the courage to love when they're wrong. I'm gonna be your warrior, love at last. Let's get out, let's get in to an undefended love. Let's get out, let's get in to an undefended love.
So the first song I played for you is Candle. The second one is Undefended Love. And they're both off the record Warriors of Love. You can find that on Spotify, CD Baby. You can go to my website, which is CamilaWadad.com, and you can order from there. And I'll mail you one that's autographed if you like, with some stickers for free. So, I grew up having bad dreams. And my dad would come up to try to calm me down so I could go to sleep. And now that I'm older, I think about that a lot when I'm traveling. That maybe the world's problems are the things that keep me awake at night, but if we thought real hard and brought the energy from our hearts, that maybe we could solve these things. So this song, Raging Water, is the closest I get to a protest song, and there is a video on YouTube if you like this. There's nothing like miles of interstate to make me feel so alone. My thoughts are my only company, yeah. War and suffering, love, redemption for all. War and suffering, love, redemption for all. I think I'll tackle all these today. I could solve them while I drive. There's gotta be some way to crack through. I must be like raging water over the hard rocks. I must be like raging water over the hard rocks. I must never ever stop. Used to cry myself to sleep every night, afraid the bombs of the world were gonna fall on me. But my daddy said, baby, this will never happen in this place. Yeah, but what about the people who can't say the same? What about the people who can't say the same? I think I'll tackle all these today. I could solve them while I drive. There's gotta be some way to crack through. I must be like raging water over the hard rocks. I must be like raging water over the hard rocks. I must never ever stop. The water playing on breaking down those stones. Oh no, it just flows. But when it hits those rocks, what I hear is a There's gotta be some way to crack through. I must be like raging water over the hard rocks. I must be like raging water over the hard rocks. We must be like raging water over the hard rocks. We must never ever stop.
Retreat Behavioral Health, how may I help you?
Hi, I think I need help.
Hey guys, welcome back. Thank you all for tuning in for our 7th annual Recovery Day Lancaster. You know, September's Recovery Month and National Recovery Month, and every year we do this, and you know, this year's been a little different, so having to kind of do things virtually, but I just want to thank everybody for taking the time to tune in and celebrate recovery with us. You know, if there's anybody out there that's struggling, anybody that's you know, not quite sure if recovery is something that is going to work for you, let me tell you, it is 120% worth it. You're worth it. And reach out, you know, let someone know that you're struggling. Let them know that you need some help. You know, you don't have to do this yourself. You know, I can tell you from my own personal experience, I tried for years to do it myself because, you know, I was, you know, big, strong man. I should be able to do it myself. And I think, you know, I finally learned that I couldn't do it myself. And then the next thing I learned is I shouldn't do it myself. And then I made a commitment not to do it myself. So reach out, help someone if you're, you know, reach out if you're struggling. Let other people help you, and you know, celebrate this new life. So I just wanted to put that out there. I do want to thank our sponsors again and the Culture Professional for hosting Recovery Day Lancaster this year. We want to thank our presenting sponsor, which is Retreat Behavioral Health. We want to thank Penn Medicine, Lancaster General Health, Perform Care, Lancaster Joining Forces, Lancaster Behavioral Health Hospital, List Track, WellSpan, Addiction Services, White Deer Run, and Recovery Centers of America. A couple other thank yous. It takes a lot of different efforts to put something like this on. We want to thank Belly's Barbecue for providing lunch for our roundtable participants. We will actually have another roundtable later this afternoon. So thank you, Belly's. It was delicious. Chicken was my favorite. Thanks to Unique Apparel for the 2020 t-shirts. We want to thank Rob Kelser for our Recovery Day Lancaster 2020 design. We want to thank the 521 Club. The 521 Club has always partnered up with us. And again, it's been a little bit different, but their partnership is always valuable. So thank you, 521 Club. We want to thank everyone who submitted all these videos and all these things that you're seeing here this afternoon. So we want to thank you all for taking the time to make those videos and send them in and giving us the content that we're using this afternoon to celebrate recovery this afternoon. You know, our musicians that we've been watching, you know, thanks Bernard, Brian, Camilla, Leo, Ryan. I hope I got them all. I want to, you know, I've had the pleasure of working with a bunch of people this year to try to make this happen. It almost didn't happen. We kind of had a really long discussion on whether or not, you know, doing something virtual was going to have as much of an impact or any impact. And we came to the conclusion that we couldn't not celebrate recovery in Lancaster. So, you know, I want to thank Scott Tyre and Beth Brandt, Lindsay McCallum, Jasmine Heisey, Amy Marinick, Amy Seacrest, Chris Glover, Maggie Hunt, Matt Suplee. Thanks, guys. It's been a pleasure working with everybody this year. We have a kind of a Recovery Day tradition, and one of our committee members has a daughter whose birthday always lands right around Recovery Day. So happy birthday, Devlin. We love you. We hope that your day is special. If you guys joined us last year, we had, I don't know, 500, 600, 700 people singing happy birthday to her last year. So happy birthday, Devlin. We want to thank all of our roundtable participants: Maggie Hunt, Brandon Hildebrand, Andrea Hatton, Marcel Sheldon, Marisol Sheldon, James Ivory, and Beth Brandt. Thank you guys for taking the time to sit down and talk about what recovery looks like, what it means, and how it impacts us. So we're going to take another quick break and cut this feed, and we're going to just kind of like we did between the first and second one. So stick around. We will get back live again here in about a couple of minutes. So all of you that shared it, please reshare it again. You know, and if you sent it to 2 people last time, send it to 5, and we'll even get our numbers up, because we want as many people as we can to see that recovery happens and it works. You know, and we can live happy, healthy lives, productive lives. So, all right, we'll be back.
Is more than a mask. This is power. Your power. To keep stores and businesses open. To cheer for the home team. To enjoy your favorite treats. To protect your family and community. The power to help beat this crisis is in your hands. All you have to do is wear it on your face. Let's mask up for Lancaster.
Listening to this podcast, do me a favor and head over to the tcpnetwork.com. TCP, or The Culture Professional, is Pennsylvania's first digital platform to highlight the voices of disenfranchised groups. With 13 podcasts and counting, there's something for everyone. Entertainment a la carte is what we like to say. Again, that's the tcpnetwork.com and The Culture Professional on Facebook. TCP, it's a movement, not a moment.
Bill, what's poppin'? I'm about to get this workout in. I just had a smoothie with my sea moss in it. Feel really good. Feel full of energy. Yeah, I feel like I'm 18 again, bro. Like it was 96 at McCaskey.
You feel like it's 96 for real?
For real, bro.
You want that 96 track smoke though?
What? Yo, let's get it. You ain't saying nothing. I think I can still run like a 4.3.
Cause you know I'm on the CMOS too. So if that's what you want, I mean, ain't nothing but space and opportunity out here.
You want to put a jar on it?
Let's put a jar of CMOS. We got it.
Let's get it. You ready, Bill?
Let's get it.
Come on. On your mark, get set, go.
Ay, bendito.
Lord have mercy. Hey, welcome back everybody. Thanks for joining us here for Lancaster County Recovery Day 2020. It's the 7th annual Recovery Day here in Lancaster and beyond. So for those of you that are tuning in from outside of our area, I'm glad to see that you're watching also. So yeah, so welcome back. This is our 3rd segment of the afternoon. So if you're watching this, share it. Let's get as many people celebrating Lancaster recovery as we can. So we've got a whole bunch of stuff still yet to come this afternoon. We've got all of those 5Ks. We've got our award ceremony coming up. We've got some more music. We've got some more videos and testimonies. We still have Lancaster County's largest Serenity Circle, which thank you for all those that sent in videos and worked on that. So that's yet to come. We have a video about the process in recovery. So from a very wise woman So, yeah, stick around and enjoy the videos coming up.
Painter, and I'm a recovering addict and alcoholic. And recovery to me means life, a new chance to live a life, to be involved with my family and my friends and my God, who's Jesus Christ. And I'm grateful that I can be the general manager for the Way Ministries, and it gives me an opportunity to be blessed working with all of these women, and I am honored and blessed to be there. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gabriel Domkunu, 26. I'm in recovery. I'm here speaking to you about recovery, something that I personally could not get the concept of. It was not tangible for me whatsoever. I was in denial. I didn't know it. And being a addict, alcoholic, you don't want to face the truth. And for me, recovery is a long-term commitment. It's a scar that you don't want to have it reopened. And you just need to take care of that scar and maintain it and not fall down, and it's hard. It's not easy. There are some days where it is, it's easy, but you have this sonic way of thinking, this eye-romping, this way, this new life, that I got. I didn't know myself, who I really was, if it wasn't for recovery. And sometimes when I went to rehab, it wasn't, maybe the first time it didn't help, the second time. And it's because they did help. I wasn't being committed. I was not being truthful to myself. I was lying, being deceitful, and I wasn't honest for the program. It wasn't until I went back to White Deer Run in Lancaster, and they brought me back the second time. I went into a crime because they knew me. They thought I'll be one of the people succeeding for sure the first time I went, and then they saw me come back, and I was in tears, and they were just in open arms, and I was honest that time. I was sharing, I was being open, and not only that, but when I went to a recovery house called Cornerstone the first time, I lasted a week and a half. I fell back down, I reopened the scar. Went back to treatment, called all the different recovery houses beside Cornerstone, because I know for a fact they won't let me back in. I called, and the person named Megan answered, said, "Yeah, we know you, you can come back." I was like, okay, this time, something in me, and wanted to succeed, to not fall back down, and I did it. It took a while, and it takes a while sometimes for different people, but I'm blessed. I'm beyond grateful. The things I gave away in the past from my using, I'm slowly gaining back. And that's an amazing feeling. Just talking to my dad, having almost each day, every other day, just calling him on the phone. And the sound of his voice saying he has his son back is tremendously words can't explain. And if it wasn't for AA, NA, and for this program, I probably wouldn't be here right now, speaking to you guys. I probably won't be existing right now. Who knows? But all I know is if you put in the work, if you are honest with yourself, truthful, it will work. Hope, for me, is a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. It's there, you can see it. And I would never I recommend never giving up, because you will get there, and however long it takes, and just get back on that horse or bicycle, whatever works for you, and I'm telling you, it will work. And however many times I failed, which was quite a bit, I eventually got here. And I'm telling you, just please, for everyone, for yourself especially, just get back on and succeed.
Hi guys.
Hi.
This is Stacy and I'm Lexi from DSAA. We support families and individuals in recovery because when families recover, communities recover.
After all, we're all in this together.
It looks like everything to me. I don't think that. I think because I've been doing this for so long, I can't separate out what's recovery and because it's such a lifestyle. So in my mind, everything is feeding my recovery, and my recovery is feeding everything. So I don't know that I can discern where one thing ends and the other thing starts, because everything is so integrated these days that I don't see recovery as separate, because it's everything. Like I always say, everything has everything to do with everything. So it's that. So even literally just sitting here outside which I like to do, in the beauty of nature, it feeds my recovery, and my recovery is more about, it's so much more holistic. I think before it used to be just this this one-dimensional thing that I did, and I think it was overly equated with not using versus living my life. So, and I didn't know what that meant, and I didn't know what I was made up of, which is mind, body, and spirit. And so I couldn't, it changed through the years, and now it's just, again, so integrated. I can't separate. I can't tell you exactly what it looks like, because it looks like everything to me.
Recovery has afforded me a life I never thought would be possible. It's being able to sit next to my dad, the same person that told me he couldn't be there for me anymore. It's being able to create and remember memories with my daughter that I'll never forget. It's being healthier spiritually, mentally, and physically. It's having friends that I can care about as much as they care about me. It's knowing I never have to be alone. And this is why I fight for my recovery every single day. Bless.
Hi, my name is Tanya. Recovery to me is just living life on life terms, having hope and healing, and facing life again without being scared to move forward without anything, and just loving God and loving people and loving me again. That's what recovery is to me.
When I found out I was pregnant, I was in such a bad place. It made me want to use more at first. That's the scary part about addiction. And then I realized I wanted a better life for me and this baby, and they deserve a better life. And that's what pushed me into getting sober again. What did it was my counselor here. She was amazing. I opened up to that woman about things from my past that I never felt comfortable with anybody. The fact that there was an OBGYN here on site was amazing, because there was one day I couldn't find the heartbeat. She did an exam right then and there. She made it so that we were able to find the heartbeat, because the baby was so small at that time. And that made me feel so much better. The reassurance that my baby was okay. And I couldn't have gotten that anywhere else. The decision I made to go into retreat was the right decision.
Guys, my name is Ryan, and I was asked to do a couple songs, which I'm really grateful for. So I'm gonna play you a couple songs. I lived in Nashville for a while, where I wrote some songs. I'm gonna play them for you. This one is about my brother. I had a dream we were on the railway, walking side by side like the old days. Somewhere off in the country, the train sang its old familiar tune. Remember video games and bunk beds, and on the weekends we would sleep in. And we weren't Superman, but we could pretend that we could split the world in two. Anyway, I'm just speaking my mind. Anyway, I'm just speaking my time has a way of taking you separate ways. But brother, that's okay. I'll keep the memories with me, and the same blood that you bleed is the same blood that flows through me. Ain't it crazy how time flies? The blink of an eye, it's 12 to 29. I keep you in my heart and I keep you in my mind. I do it all again with you. Anyway, I'm just speaking my mind. Anyway, I'm just speaking my time has a way of taking you separate ways. But brother, that's okay. I'll keep the memories with me, and the same blood that you bleed is the same blood that flows through. This is a song I wrote. It's called Kentucky. I'm betting on Kentucky, but I'm not a gambling man. Oh, tell me, honey, do you have an ace in your hand? And that joker up your sleeve, well, he looks a lot like me now. I've lied and I've cheated you. I never played from my heart. The dice were loaded too. I never even showed you my cards. Sometimes folding is so hard.
side by side at the table now, but I felt miles apart. Can you see through these glasses? I'm trying to hide who I am. I'm looking straight down at your hand. I've lied and I've cheated you. I never played from my heart. The dice were loaded too. I never even showed you my cards. Sometimes folding is so hard. I remember it like it was yesterday. The highway was tucked in at night. The city lay sleeping in your eyes. Is this not the strangest ride? Are we gonna be alright? The highway was tucked in at night. The city lay sleeping in your eyes. Is this not the strangest ride? Are we gonna be alright?
I'm a mindfulness educator here in Lancaster County, and I'm also a yoga and the 12 Steps of Recovery teacher. And I'm here to talk a little bit, just a really simple mindfulness practice. So my favorite definition of mindfulness is simply paying attention to one thing on purpose without judgment. Because I know for me so often I can start getting pretty judgy about myself, or not the should haves or the not enoughs or all of those things. So being able to simply detach and pay attention to one thing. And I'd like to use sound as a way to do that. So I invite you to get really comfortable in your seat, maybe roll your shoulders a few times, and then let them relax and fall away from your ears. And if you're comfortable, you could close your eyes or just stare at the floor and let your eyelids get kind of heavy and gaze down. And then just see what it's like for you if you can let your attention rest on these three sounds. So sound is one tool we can use to practice mindfulness. There's lots of apps and things out there that you can utilize to help you. Another thing I really like to use as a mindfulness practice is paying attention to my breath. And one of my favorite exercises is simply one hand over your heart and one hand rests on your belly. And that's for the without judgment part. Hi. I had yesterday. But moving your attention to your breath. So simply begin by gently letting your hands rest, letting your shoulders relax, Notice your feet in contact with the floor beneath you. Maybe let your legs get kind of heavy. Just feel really present and grounded in this moment. And then begin by moving your attention to how your breath moves in your body. So you're not changing the way that you breathe. You're just simply noticing how your body moves with breath. Let yourself settle. Maybe take notice which hand moves more, if your top hand moves more with breath, or your bottom. Again, there's no right or wrong, it's just simply paying attention.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We are here at our third round table. My name's James. We're glad you're viewing our Recovery Day Lancaster 2020 videos and activities. So I have some friends of mine sitting here with me today, and we want to talk about community, purpose, hope. So we want to have a little bit of a conversation about that and kind of what that looks like for everybody. I have Brandon, Andrea, and Jay here with me. So community, purpose. Why is having a purpose, or why is hope in recovery important? Anybody?
You really can't move forward without any hope. I think, and I can just speak for myself. Long before I had the courage to get clean, like I had hope that I would get clean. I knew that I wasn't going to die in active addiction. I knew that, I wasn't going to be an obituary in the paper, or that, my little girl was going to go to school and see, me on a corner on the, from her school bus or things like that, So I think hope is so very important. It's like one of the basic necessities that you need, because it's that, what do they say? It's the substance of things hoped for and like the evidence of things not seen. So just for me, hope was everything. That was the very basal ingredient of my recovery.
Yeah, it's it's the driving force and to getting and staying clean. Just by seeing people who use drugs the way that I use drugs get and stay clean, that in itself was just hope. Because I'd be like, listen, that mofo was worse than me. I thought I was out there, he was out there, and now he looks good and he's healthy and clean and got a job, and and I'm still raggedy and can't get it together. But I had some hope that like one day like my life will change for the better. Now with hope, like you got to put in some action to like start that process yourself. But just having that in the back of my mind planted, like, okay, I know it can be done. Will it work for me? I don't know. Right. But I have hope that it may, and that it gave me some willingness to try.
So kind of going off what Jay was saying, hope just doesn't come down naturally. You got to work for it. I know me working through a 12-step program, I use hope every day in my recovery.
Sure. Something that what you had said kind of triggered something. I had said earlier that we don't do this ourselves, right? And we all, I think we're lucky here in Lancaster for the resources and the community that we have.
Right.
What does, for you, and I mean, I know the kind of the resources I used in the community. What does Lancaster, for maybe communities who might be looking and watching, what does Lancaster have? So that when we do decide to enter that recovery lifestyle, that we can go out and get
our stuff put back together, you know, get a job and, you know, all of those things.
Oh, I got this one. I do. One of the things that were different, at least for me coming to Lancaster, which I obviously didn't know getting here, but I can now, you know, reflect back on and say that there's resources that kind of speak to the social determinants of recovery and like building that recovery capital that maybe some other towns or counties don't have. Lancaster is already very well connected with a lot of other resources, and it's like a safe harbor for like refugees and like different things. So there was already a lot of that infrastructure that was necessary when a person is either coming to Lancaster, like I did, like they took me from jail to treatment and I'm here, or someone who's already living here. There's public transportation, there's job development, there is health care, there's access to, you know, financial support, there's childcare available, there's a thriving recovery community across all the pathways. There's AA, there's NA, from a 12-step approach. There is, you know, more religious and faith-based approaches. There's discovery recovery, there is celebrate recovery, there's just a whole host of different things going on. There's like, I don't want to say double trouble, but I don't think there's any double trouble meetings here. But there's just different things going on. There's access to medical care. There's access to mental health care. Basically, if you name it, like you can find it here. And we were talking about that between the feeds. Like I've never gone into a meeting and asked for something and not had it manifest or someone offer it to me. A lot of the opportunities that I've had has just been because I know people in recovery who know me.
Mm-hmm. I would say though the most important thing about that aspect is communication. You know, if you need the help and you want the help, you got to communicate and get the word out there that you're looking for the help.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lancaster has an abundance of recovery. What am I looking for?
Resources. It's
so great out here because this was the first area that I had become aware of recovery community organizations. Right. You know, and if you're not familiar what an RCO is it's basically organizations that are ran by individuals that are in recovery or have, you know, loved ones or family members, you know, that have gone through substance use disorder issues. So, you know, that in itself, to see, you know, someone in a high standard, like a CEO of a company, you know, who's in recovery and had went through the struggles himself is like crazy, you know. And then the certified recovery specialists, you know, the warm handoff programs that they have here, you know, to have, you know, the community come together and work together is so awesome in Lancaster, because now, you know, they have certified recovery specialists who go in and work with doctors and get people help. Right. You know, if you show up at an emergency room here in Lancaster County, like, you're gonna get linked up, you know, with a recovery specialist. You know, if you go there for an overdose, or if you just go there saying, hey, you know, I'm an addict, or I have a substance use problem and I need help, they're gonna be able to connect you, right, you know, within an hour. Mm-hmm. You know, yeah. You know, there's treatment facilities, there's recovery houses, you know, there's halfway houses. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just, you know, it has really flourished over the past few years here in Lancaster County when it comes to recovery. You know, even in the criminal justice system, you know, we have judges and probation officers that are no longer, you know, doing the whole Reagan, like, war on drugs, you know, back in the day, like, if you were, like, getting a drug charge, like, you're going to jail and that's that. Mm-hmm. But, like, now they're starting to realize, like, hey, this is a disease, and we need to treat it like one.
Well, and we have employers that are employing people who might have a record because of a substance use issue. We've got banks who are giving people second chance bank accounts. Yes. You know, because of, you know, And we do have such a
thriving community that it's kind of it's splintering out into all the other sectors, and I think there's more of an understanding of people who are in recovery. So, and I think that it's just blossoming, and that's one of the things that I love about Lancaster. You know, is this idea, well, our recovery community for one, but that we have a community that, you know, through some advocacy efforts and, you know, through the RCOs and Lancaster County Recovery Alliance and other organizations have really kind of gotten that message out there that, you know, recovery is possible. You know, we're good people. We just did some, you know, not so great things, you know? But, you know, we wake up now, one day at a time, decide to do the next right thing. And, you know, we make great employees. We make
Some of the best.
We make great business owners. You know, we make, you know, we're good factory workers and, you know, house builders and plumbers and CEOs and directors.
Recovery affords us a life beyond our wildest dreams.
Definitely. And I will say, I believe Lancaster County has come such a long, long way to giving us second chances and giving us the opportunity to show that, you know, hey, we're worth being employed, we're worth doing that job. I know maybe like 10 years ago, if you were a recovering addict, they had a big X in your back. They're like, no, we're not going to hire you. But now, because of all the advocacy we've been doing, it's been really helping us out.
And I definitely think that the conversation has changed. And that's why ending stigma is so important, so that it is something that is talked about, that recovery is really seen for what it is, as a, you know, like it's a public health resource. When you have people who are in recovery and you have people who are at one point burdens to society and now changing and giving them those resources to actually keep those changes in place, because that's what recovery is. Recovery is work. It's not just putting the drugs or the drink down. It's actually enabling and enhancing this new way of life so that that's the only operating protocol that you got. And well, I don't know where I was going with that one. Whoa! But you know, it is a public health resource. Like, I don't just say it because I am a person in recovery. Like, some of the best people that I have as friends, as neighbors, are people who are also in recovery. There's been, you know, even though me personally never harmed my family member, like my external family has turned their back on me. Like, I built a new family in Lancaster. Like, I know that I can call on these people to do anything. And we are great hard workers. We are people who can advocate. We are people who we don't get clean by ourselves, and we don't get clean for ourselves. So we're always reaching back and bringing another one on board, or going to those boards and advocating for, you know, nothing about us without us. From the criminal justice system, people that are criminally justice involved, to the child welfare system, to just social welfare in general, to healthcare. You know, people are no longer afraid to have conversations with their medical care providers, you know, for fear of, you know, being locked up or being labeled or whatever. Like, we have doctors in this county that like work with people, especially with opiate use disorder, with treating them with medication assisted treatment, and really opening up and having that conversation, and doctors partnering with recovery community organizations, because they're realizing, like, I've only had 4 hours of substance abuse training and I don't really know how to reach these people. You know, there's just so much good that happens within a community when people are starting to get clean. And that's like, I'll say, like, that's something for me. Like, every day I wake up and I just ask God, like, my higher power, like, help me to be an asset and not a liability, because I took a lot, you know, from a lot of people. But now I can give back. And that's just where I want to be. Like, that's what recovery is for me, like, being an asset and not a liability.
You know,
we've known each other. I've known you guys for a few years.
4 years, maybe longer.
But, you know, I want to say, you know, I respect those that, you know, recover anonymously, you know, But I want to thank you guys. We're all in recovery, and we have chosen to recover out loud. And I've had people ask me why, and I said, you know what? I can't help someone if they don't know that I can help them. And so I've chosen to share, that I at one time struggled for years and years and years and years, and was able to kind of, move past that. So I want to say thank you. And I think, I had that thought came into my head just because we were talking about all these community resources and how, the stigma is starting to lessen, and how people can go to their doctor and they can say, hey doc, this medicine you gave me, guess what?
I'm abusing it.
I'm abusing it, and
and I need something else.
And now I need some help. And I think with this, with this pandemic, I think as people start to come back out of their houses and go back to work and all that, I think we're going to see an uptick in numbers, unfortunately, because I think, as a community, I think we're taught, like, listen, we can't do this alone, right? And then when we're forced to be alone, end up we have that opportunity to hide. And I say we as in, people in recovery. But as we come out of the shadows again and go back to work, I think, that's when problems are going to be resurfaced. Are you seeing that in your various work environments?
So, I work as a specialist, and a lot of my clients I work with, they're telling me they're mainly fearful of getting back out into the community because, right now they're at home isolating themselves, but they're still picking up the phone, talking to people in recovery, going to meetings online. But they're afraid once they get back out into the community, get back into the working field, that they're going to be turning into problems. And I always tell them, listen, making small goals, making lists, completing those small goals. Every time you complete a goal, put a check mark, go to the next goal. Stay focused, live one day at a time. Don't look too much in the future, the past, live here and now.
Yeah, I will say, with COVID and the lack of employment, inflation, we've really seen, a turn for the worse recovery-wise. So, I'm currently working as an employment specialist, working with individuals in recovery, helping them obtain and sustain employment, and advocating to different employers in the community to, give them those second chances, because it gives them a purpose, it gives them the confidence, like, hey, recovery isn't so bad, however, with, getting the stimulus checks and all that, we've seen, a big overturn. Like, they don't want to go back to work right now. And a lot of them choose to relapse because, they get this big lump sum of change from the government for free, and with the meetings being on Zoom and, the support not being physically present, they're left to their own devices. Recovery teaches us how to live, and when you're new in recovery, you don't know how to live. You don't know how to manage money. You don't know how to manage time. You don't know how to manage your life.
Nothing.
We live to use and use to live.
I was told early in recovery, forget everything you thought you knew.
I know are two dangerous words. They're dangerous. When you don't leave room for open-mindedness and for growth, and those are things that are, very, very important to recovery at any stage, whether it's your first time or you're new or anything like that. So I think in my specific profession, I haven't seen any real trendable rises, but just to echo, what Jade and Brandon were saying, recovery takes time to even get into those new routines. And we're all still kind of at a point where we're just maybe feeling good about the routines that we've been forced into since March, or even, with kids, like I'm a mom, so kids going back to school, I'm like, I gotta do this again. Like, it's just that, learning those new routines. I think it's going to be difficult for people who have came into recovery during this 2020 stretch, these last couple of months. I think that might be different. Trying to integrate between I think it took me probably even a year to learn how to behave in a meeting. So going from Zoom and it's like your camera is off or whatever, you're to going in and actually having to talk to people, that's difficult, and especially because substance use isolates you and presents in ways that are antisocial and sometimes animalistic. Going back into being a decent human in social settings is sometimes difficult.
So, go ahead.
No, she was just saying about growth, and I think because it doesn't matter how much clean time someone has, we're all growing as people and growing in our recovery. I know me personally, I can't budget to save my life.
You never could.
I can never budget. I'm still
You
trying to learn
never
how to budget
could.
my money. But we all have those aspects in our life that we're trying to work on and grow as people.
So what do we still need in our community?
We need our communities to come together as a whole to provide the support. I know in my community where I live in a small town off of Lancaster City, and if they're not related to addiction at all, they have those horse blinders out. They don't want to know what's going on. They don't know what's going on with the neighbor. They don't care. It's important to get the message out there. I feel like, I don't know the correct number, but I feel like a certain percent of Americans have or know someone in recovery or who has an addiction problem. So it's important that the community comes together as a whole to offer support to the recovering addicts.
We need advocacy.
Advocacy. Yes, advocate.
And we need consistency.
Yes.
Because a lot of places will treat substance use disorder this way, and then other places will treat it this way. And then not only does that confuse people, but then it also leaves room for addicts to manipulate the system, which as a recovering addict, I was a master manipulator. So any way I can get in and wiggle around and make something work for me, I'm gonna do it. So I think we need a lot of training, and we need to help other professionals learn more about addiction and how to treat it properly.
Well, I think that in the science community, I think there's we're learning a lot. I think it's come a long way, even just in the short period of time that I've been in the field, and I think we've got so much more to learn. I only say that just to say that
I think that treatment's going to change, but I also don't believe that it's a one size fits all. So maybe some variation in a treatment setting treatments is going to be there, I guess. But but specifically, like I said, we've got a lot of resources here in Lancaster, and I know there's some gaps yet.
Yeah.
I ran recovery houses for a long time. We don't have a single female recovery house that will accept children that I know of. Recovery house. I mean, there's a
treatment center.
Right. There's a treatment center.
No, that program closed.
Vanished?
No, there was a transitional living program in Lancaster County for women and their children who were leaving treatment.
Right.
That program closed. I was actually one of the last residents of that program, and it's been closed for a while.
Yep.
So we don't have anything like that.
We've seen an uptick in recovery. I mean, I'm just talking about early recovery now. That are accepting MAT, which is great because I think that's a viable option
Right.
for recovery.
Yes.
And and studies show that when you MAT along with in conjunction with outpatient counseling or treatment, is highly successful. And so we have recovery houses that are starting to accept it and things like that. So those kinds of things are coming along. And James, the work that you're doing, one employer at a time, knocking on their door and saying, hey, I got some great employees over here if you'll give them a shot.
Right.
So
I think we also need more prevention too. Definitely starting younger. I know a lot of programs like on a national level, like DARE and things like that, start in maybe, I don't know, middle school or something like that, but just prevention at a younger age. And I think we're doing pretty good, but I still think that we need a little bit more attention, like put into evidence-based treatment practices and also diversion, because you don't get better when you're in jail. You may stop using, but you probably think about using every day. I think we have a really great drug court program. Judge Ashworth is fantastic. He's very active in the community. I know there's mental health court. There's also some veterans court. So there's some good diversion going on. But I think prevention and having just less stigma, which is not going to happen often, but having the open dialect about these things, because a lot of people do get clean and go back into these, anonymous programs, and they go back to I just want to live my life and keep my nose down. But we really do need more people talking about recovery and what it is to them and how they recover. I think it's normal.
One thing I will say that I know we do need is more attention to the LGBTQ community. When it comes to recovery, a lot of times we get individuals that come into treatment and identify as transgender or non-binary, and no one knows what to do with them. No one knows where to place them.
Such a huge
and it's like they're left in the wind. Someone coming in identifying as a different gender than they were born as, puts everyone up in a whim, and they're like, well, where do we put them? Do we put them with the male? Do we put them with the females? And it's like, we need more treatment that is accommodating.
That focuses on it.
Yeah, absolutely. As well as recovery houses and halfway houses. They get out of treatment, and you have someone who may be taking hormones but was identified as a male at birth, and you put him in an all-male halfway house. How do you think that's going to make them feel? Right. Uncomfortable, targeted, unsafe.
That's a good point. So there's work to be done, and but we keep moving forward. Lancaster by no means is perfect, but having the resources that we do have is great. We have a thriving community, and we have a growing LGBTQ recovery community. Not that they're separate, but yeah, I didn't. I've heard those things before, but we might now be at that point where a singular treatment center, needs to be. I wanted to say invented, but designated or opened. But that's interesting. Well, I want to thank you guys. I appreciate you, every single one of you. And thank you for taking your time to celebrate recovery here in Lancaster today. Lancaster 20. Yes. Thank you all for sitting in on this roundtable. We hope that the discussion was interesting, and that maybe you got something out of it.
get out there, be a part of the answer. We talked about kind of what we needed. What was going good what's going good in Lancaster. Get involved. Get out, volunteer, reach out, help somebody. Again, if you're struggling, get the help. And we've got more stuff coming up. Like I said, we've got a few more videos, some music. We have our 5K
run.
The wrap up for that. That's been going on, one run a week leading up to today, and stick around.
Recovery means that I'm able to be a mother to my 3 beautiful little girls. I have a strong relationship with my family that I didn't think that I would have. And just to be able to show up for people and to be somebody that people actually rely on.
Huh?
So.
Okay. You're familiar with the community in Lancaster, right? The recovering community. How would you describe that community?
That community raised me. I get emotional thinking about it.
Yeah.
It saved me, the community. I don't know. I was fine 2 minutes ago. But the women really helped me. The meetings, the rooms of AA, just the people. It's where I found myself.
Huh?
And it's super special to me. It's a community of people that really care about each other and are more than willing to help.
My name's Tim. I'm an addict. Without recovery, I really wouldn't have a life. I've been in and out of these rooms of recovery for a long time, and I continue to not work on myself. Abstinence is not enough. You really need to dig deep and work on yourself, because I know for me that just because I'm not getting high and I got a job and I got without recovery, I don't have a life. So, having a schedule, don't have any idle time. For me, I had multiple years, multiple times in my life, and I had a routine. I get up, drink a pot of, get ready for work, come home from work, shower, eat, meetings, then come home, watch TV, go to sleep. Same thing every day. But you definitely got to do step work, because if you're not doing step work, you're going to get high again. Like I said, you got to give back. I used to run a couple meetings when I was in Altoona, when I had a couple years clean in early 2000, and it feels good to have people in a halfway house come to you and can I get a ride to the meeting, or do you want to sponsor me, or just anything to help out, and not expect nothing in return. Because when you're in active addiction, you always want something in return. If you're doing something for somebody, somebody's giving you something. You're not asking myself, why do I ever relapse when I know what I can have and what I did have in this fellowship? Why I keep banging my head against the wall? Because I'm stubborn.
So when I sat down to write Chasing Beauty, I was feeling a little bored of the same old songs. I think I was having a bluegrass moment, to be honest. And that old saying, country music, that says 3 chords and the truth. That's what you got to do when you're writing music. So I thought, all right, what's the truth right now? If I was gonna tell the truth to myself first, what would I say that maybe I wasn't willing to admit, and to anyone else? And I realized that I spent a lot of my life looking for something outside of myself, for beauty and beautiful relationships and beautiful surroundings, and I've lived just about everywhere as proof that I've been looking. So Chasing Beauty came out of that moment, and one other song that I'll play for you about just telling the truth. I've been walking miles and miles, chasing beauty, just about every city. Boston to LA to San Francisco Bay, and all along you told me stop looking outside. I've been driving miles and miles, chasing beauty, until my car died. True story. In the mountains, coast to coast, any road I could find. And all along you told me stop looking outside. But if I drive a better car, have a bigger house, lose a little weight, write a better song, take a little more, say a little less, will we ever get along? I've been singing songs all my life, chasing beauty, and every melody with the banks of my hometown, Ireland and New York City. All along you told me stop looking outside. If I drive a better car, have a bigger house, lose a little weight, write a better song, take a little more, say a little less, will we ever be enough? I've been singing all my life, chasing beauty, in every memory. The day I was born until the day I die, I'll be chasing beauty somewhere inside. I'll be chasing beauty somewhere deep inside. All right, that is Chasing Beauty. This is another new song. It's called Run, Run, Run. There's not much in this life that scares me. I packed all my bags and I was gone by 18. Headed to the big windy city as fast as only 10 years old, you're singing and dancing alone in your room, making up moves, singing songs to your own tunes. But how do you know where you fit when the world says, baby, you're not it? No, stand up pretty, hold your head high, sing from your heart and shine. When I wake up, my last day, will I look back, realize I lived a mediocre life. So run, 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 I'm gonna run from that life. Run, 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 I'm gonna run from that life. Live my life, I can cut things off, or I can make it right. Live my life, I can cut things off, or I can make things right. They say change starts from within, that all we are, it's unlimited, we're sacred and we're broken. Oh, we're fiery but we're brave. Give us the courage to live this soul forlorn until the dying days. When we wake up, our last day, when we look back, realize we lived a mediocre life. So run, 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 we're gonna run from that life. Run, 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 we're gonna run from that life. Gonna run, 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 run from that life. Run, 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 run from that life. We're gonna run, 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 run from that life.
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Ray. I'm an alcoholic. Recovery, to me, I've been around this thing for a long time. I came into recovery, like an angry kid, like a punk kid. Really, I was a 28-year-old punk kid. I had a chip on both shoulders, and I thought the world owed me something. And that just isn't the case. What recovery's done for me, it's given me a whole new perspective on life. And nowadays, when I'm on the beam and I'm doing right and I'm going to meetings and I'm helping guys, I can kind of see that, I actually owe the world, really, is what it is. And the recovery is, there's actually days where I can do that with a smile on my face. And when I came in here, that was not the case. It was nothing funny. It was very serious, and my life was very dark, and there was not anything on the horizon in my life that was good or positive. And I tell people all the time that getting involved with recovery was the first positive thing I ever did, and that's the truth, and it continues to be a very central and positive point of my life today. Oh man, the community in Lancaster is super fire. It's a pocket of enthusiasm. We have, fellowships that are just loaded with people that are, willing to help people. We have recovery houses everywhere, so there's never a shortage of new people. And then there's also a lot of people with a lot of, stable sobriety to kind of reach their hand out and lend a hand to the new man or new woman. So Lancaster, this is where I grew up. This house that we're in right now, I grew up, less than a mile from here in the city. So it's kind of neat to be part of it here and really be able to give back to the city that, I took a lot from. It's a hope. I don't know, I used to go to these detox commitments back in the day, and a guy used to come in with us all the time, and he would always tell the people in there, That however you feel the day you came in here, you don't ever have to feel that way again. And that's really the message of recovery and sobriety is, however you guys are feeling today, if you're not on the winning side of this, if you're out there right now currently, or if you're struggling, or if you're relapsed, or if you're afraid to come back, you don't ever have to feel that way again. Just come and join the people that are doing this thing.
My name is Grace, and what recovery means to me is being able to be a mom to my children and just being able to breathe again and live life to the fullest.
Before Grace came to retreat, I felt hopeless. The scariest moment was when I got a phone call and the person said that Grace had overdosed and they didn't think she was going to live.
We looked at each other, we hugged each other and just felt that we had lost one. We have 3 children, we felt that we had lost one, and at that point, whatever that point was, we needed help. We needed help. And we knew retreat was a place where you could get help. When we first dropped her off, it's an emotional thing, but it was a hopeful moment. It was a hopeful moment because you felt like, okay, we're gonna get to a step. We're gonna get to the next step where you're going to get help. You're gonna get professional help. They're focused on this. They know what they're doing.
They looked at us and said, we've been there and we know what it's like. And that moment was like so powerful. Having our daughter in recovery is having her back in the family. It makes our family complete because it would never be the same if she wasn't with us.
We get asked for advice from parents that are struggling, and we tell them, you need to get your child into treatment. You just got to make that call. It's a tough call to make, but you've got to do it, and you'll be glad you did.
My name's Colleen, and what recovery means to me is being the mom that I was supposed to be, a new and improved version of myself, and being able to be there for other people.
What recovery looks like to me today is like spending the majority of your life in like a really dark cave and then finally making your way out of it and looking down at your hands and thinking that you had all this, rocks and garbage and debris, and then when the light hits them, seeing that they're actually gemstones and then being able to turn around and show them to other people. Working with other people, I need them as much as they need me. It's really hard to describe what it's like to see somebody who has like that deadness in their eyes and then slowly see that light come back on, because this work is very hard. And sometimes you feel like giving up, and then something like that happens where you see somebody come back to life, and it's just a beautiful thing to be a part of. So it's hard for me to speak on Lancaster County because I spent the majority of my addiction in Lebanon County. I only came here in 2016, but the change in myself is holding myself accountable. I played that victim card for a very long time and used, the things I went through in my past as the reason that I got high. I went through a period of time where I didn't have my son for 5 years, and I have him back today. And it's, always just striving to be better than you were the day before. So in my personal experience, I feel like a little bit of distance in the beginning of our recovery from our family is needed because they hold us in bondage when they don't mean to, because they have their own healing that they need to do. But, through time and perseverance, it is possible for those bonds to mend again. I went from not being allowed on my sister's property to being able to spend time with her children every single day. Anybody who's on my Facebook sees like hundreds of pictures of them.
Yeah.
My name is Melinda, and this is what recovery looks like to me. Being the favorite grandchild who makes my grandparents the best meal that they've ever had in their life. Right, Grandpa?
Yeah, it is, Melinda. It's very good. These beef cubes are tender. We're so sorry for your loss.
My name is Sophia Lombardo. I'm a person in long-term recovery. What that means is I haven't had a drink or a drug since April 20th of 2015. When I was a kid, I had a lot of anxiety and a lot of anger. I was a very angry kid. I was put on medication at a very young age. I think drugs came in when I started hanging out with the wrong crowd in high school. That ultimately, that innocence of being an angry kid and using drugs to fill that angry void, that led into drug addiction, which then led to physical dependence, which then led to committing crimes, stealing from people. That then led to incarceration at Lancaster County Prison, which that was the eye opener for me to realize that I had different plans for my life. My life was not meant to be spent in prison. I was offered the Lancaster County Drug Court program. I am very grateful for that. Judge Ashworth has been a huge influence on my life today, a huge role model. The whole drug court team of Lancaster County has been a huge influence on my life. They still are today. I'm happy to be able to call the drug court team my friends today. That's something I never thought would be possible. Today, I help people that are currently incarcerated in Lancaster County Prison get into treatment, people with drug and alcohol, substance use issues. I help people that are going through now the same thing that I was going through then. Through my recovery process, I was able to meet my best friend, Rachel. Rachel has become a big influence on my life too. We both practice the same program, we practice the same spiritual principles. We just built a close bond over having a lot of similarities. And it was just the first female that I finally began to trust as I put down the drugs. Rachel asked me to be the maid of honor in her wedding, and to me that was one of the happiest moments of my life. That was one of the greatest memories I still cherish to this day. I was able to speak at her wedding, which for me, that was something that was very important. What I enjoyed today is educating the community. I like to educate everyone on addiction and help everyone understand that people that are addicted aren't bad people, that everyone has the possibility to turn their life around and become a good member of society.
Me means having faith in a new beginning, a second chance of life.
I'm Linda, and recovery means having hope and faith. I have a lot of hope and faith today. A year ago, I could not have said that. I've regained a relationship with my family, and it's all because of God and my faith and my hope. And the way has helped me tremendously to move forward.
Hi, my name is Arvin. I am an alcoholic. I spent most of my teenage years and young adult life in my addiction to alcohol. I was able to find recovery, and life gets better one day at a time. I've been able to become a certified scuba diver and participate in my life. And that's what recovery means to me, to be able to enjoy my life without alcohol.
Recovery in my life looks like, first of all, I don't pick up a drink or a drug every single day. I get to show up for my children. I get to show up for other people who need me, ask for my help. I get to try and be a better person than I was when I was using and drinking. I always explain to people who are coming to Lancaster, I always say, like, we're very blessed here. We have a huge recovery community. If you're in downtown, there's a number of 12-step meetings you can walk to every day of the week. There is different pathways to recovery. I think we're pretty advanced in that, we don't have as much taboo around MAT or Christian approaches or smart recovery. I think as a community as a whole, Lancaster does a good job of welcoming different approaches, whatever helps.
Hi, I'm Tanya, and this is my intake on recovery. Although we have differences and we do have individual unique personalities, we do have one common bond. We do recover, we are in unity, and this is not a I thing, it's a we thing. And I'm very thankful to my higher power.
Hey everyone, happy Recovery Day. It's Chris Dreisbach here. Just want to let everybody know I came to Lancaster in 2007 with absolutely no hope, and the Lancaster recovery community gave me more hope than I could ever have imagined. So today, on this special edition of Virtual Recovery Day, I just want to throw out there that anybody who's struggling, anybody who's having a difficult time in their recovery, don't be afraid to shake it up, reach out for help, and we're here, ready at the helm with a whole group of people ready to go to help you. So again, happy Recovery Day, everybody. Scott, thanks for putting this thing on, and have a good one.
As a veteran, it's extremely hard to ask for help. I served in the military 8 years. I was a combat veteran. I served in Germany. I served combat tours in Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia, Storm Desert Shield. Shortly after I got out of the military, I started experiencing substances such as PTSD. I had night terrors, night sweats. Certain smells could trigger a moment where I was back in the combat zone. Certain movement sounds reminded me of war. That's what led me into my substance abuse. I tried to drown the pain, tried to cover it up. The turning point for me that sent me into treatment or made me want to even go into treatment was I was at a loss for everything. I was tired. I became extremely tired. When I got to treatment, I wasn't that informed of what PTSD was. I knew it was post-traumatic stress syndrome. I knew that I would actually have to deal with it probably the rest of my life. But when I came into treatment at retreat, I began to go to some groups that they offer. I talked with my therapist. I did one-on-ones. And I started to realize that I could actually deal with some of the trauma that I experienced as far as in combat, the trauma I experienced through childhood issues. Retreat gave me the tools to not only help myself, but place me in a position to help others.
All right. Let's see. I'm going to play you one more song. Maybe there'll be some more another time. So, it always amazes me when I write a song, and I think it's relevant just to that moment in time. And then things just keep on going, and life keeps on rolling, and you go back to that song and you're like, oh my goodness, still applies. So this is Angels and Devils, and it's really about leadership, finding that leadership in our hearts first, so that we can move from our better angels. It's a sound slow like rolling thunder. It's rising up subtle deep inside, whispering, you're my angel and devil, baby. But sometimes I cry to keep things right. They say something angel say something like, say something like, oh, we don't need another day. Enter into some devils. Oh, no, 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 no. We're just gonna take our time, follow our own light. We don't need another day. Enter into your devils. Oh, no, no, no. Enter into your devils. Oh, baby, no, no, no. Jimmy Craig calling, I don't care. You might find me here, you might find me there. Doesn't really matter where I go. It's love, I really wanna know. Jimmy Craig calling, I don't care. We are more angels than devils in here. Doesn't really matter what I think or say, it's what I do. With this thing, oh, we don't need another day. Enter into your devils. Oh, no, no, no. We're just gonna take our time, follow our own light. We don't need another day. Answer to your devils. Oh, baby, no, no. Answer to your devils. Oh, baby, no, no. 'Cause we're more angel than devils.
I put down the bottle, been just about a year. Lately I've been drinking on some of that non-alcoholic beer. Whenever some goon at some local saloon come round and make a thing, ask me what I'm drinking, I lift my glass and sing. Here's mud in your eye, but in mine, let's go down to the well. We might never get to heaven, man, but we'll sure dry out in hell. Well, it won't get you drunk and it don't get you laid. What it'll get you ain't precisely clear, but you won't get jailed and your liver won't fail 'cause of non-alcoholic beer. You play rock star boy making all that noise just to hit yourself to sleep on a greasy spot in the parking lot, praying the devil your soul to keep. Well, you're halfway to hell and you're starting to smell police are screaming in your ear, and the whole world sucks and you wish you'd stuck to non-alcoholic beer. Here's mud in your eye, but in mine, let's go down to the well. We might never get to heaven, man, but we'll sure dry out in hell. Well, it won't get you drunk and it don't get you laid, but it'll get you ain't precisely clear. But you won't wake up to find everything's fucked 'cause of non-alcoholic beer. Oh-dee-oh-lay, oh-dee, oh-dee-oh-lay, well, it sure ain't gonna make me handsome, and it sure ain't gonna make you pretty. And I probably won't go home with you, and I won't get to touch you. I mean, I swear I don't get around the way I used to do, I fear. But my hands don't shake and my teeth don't break 'cause of non-alcoholic beer. Here's mud in your eye, but in mine, let's go down to the well. Might never get to heaven, man, but we'll sure dry out in hell. Well, it won't get you drunk and it don't get you laid. What it'll get you ain't precisely clear, but you won't get jailed and your liver won't fail, cause of non-alcoholic beer. No, you won't wake up and find everything's fucked, cause of non-alcoholic beer. Kinda tastes like shit, but you warm up to it, that non. Talking about that non-alcoholic beer. Cheers. One more for the road. Steer clear of the ditch, buddy.
It's TCP in the morning.
Good morning, y'all.
Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up, y'all. Wake up.
Wake up. It's TCP in the morning.
It's TCP in the morning. Let's go.
It's TCP in the morning.
TCP in the morning.
It's TCP in the morning. It's TCP in the morning.
It's TCP in the morning.
It's TCP in the morning. It's TCP in the morning.
It's TCP in the morning.
It's TCP in the morning. You don't want to miss this.
Wake up. It's TCP in the morning. Woo!
Bill,
what's poppin'?
I'm about to get this workout in. I just had a smoothie with my sea moss in it. Feel really good, feel full of energy. Yeah, I feel like I'm 18 again, bro. Like it was 96 at McCaskey.
You feel like it's 96 for real?
For real, bro.
You want that 96 track smoke, though?
What? Yo, let's get it. Let's get it. You ain't saying nothing. I think I can still run like a 4.3.
Because you know I'm on the CMOS too, so if that's what you want, I mean, ain't nothing but space and opportunity out here.
You want to put a jar on it?
Let's put a jar of CMOS. We got it.
Let's get it. You ready, Bill?
Let's get it.
Come on. On your mark, get set, go.
Ay, bendito.
Lord have mercy. Hi, everyone. We've come to the part of the afternoon of Recovery Day Lancaster 2020 to the largest Serenity Circle in Lancaster County. Historically, as if you've ever attended one of our events, it is a pretty powerful, example of the recovery community kind of coming together and linking hands and, just having a moment together. So we had to do it a little bit differently this year, and here we go.
My name is Grace. I'm an alcoholic, and my sobriety date is September 1st of 2014.
My name is Megan. I'm an alcoholic, and my sobriety date is July 8th of 2018.
My name is Colleen. I'm an alcoholic, and my sobriety date is 3/17/2015.
My name is Curry. I'm an alcoholic, and my sobriety date is June 24th of 2020.
Hi, my name's Devin. My sobriety date is December 10th, 2019.
Hi, I'm Charlotte and I'm an alcoholic. My sobriety date is June 1st, 2020.
Hi, I'm Sharon. I'm a recovering alcoholic and my sobriety date is March 20th, 1987.
Hi, my name's Frank. I'm a person in long-term recovery. My recovery date is July 22nd, 1984.
I'm a recovering alcoholic and an addict, and my name is Melanie. My sobriety date is March 4th, 2011.
Hello, my name is Mike, and I'm a grateful recovering addict. My clean date is May 29th, and I like to recite the Serenity Prayer.
Serenity, to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
And thank you for that. For everybody that sent in videos, I want to thank everybody for a wonderful afternoon. I know I had a great time. I want to thank the culture professional for hosting this with us today. It's been an awesome afternoon. Before we go, hey, next year we'll be live. We'll be back in the park. We'll be under the sunshine, eating our barbecue and listening to music and just fellowshipping together and celebrating recovery. Before we go, I want to thank our sponsors one last time. We want to thank the retreat for all the work that they did this year with us. We want to thank the culture professional, Penn Medicine, Lancaster General Health, Perform Care, Joining Forces, Recovery Centers of America, WellSpan, Penn Medicine, White Deer Run, Unique Apparel, List Track. Again, we want to thank Belly's Barbecue for supplying everybody that was here this afternoon with food. Thank you to all the committee members and thank you to everybody that sent in videos to make this virtual event happen this afternoon. Come check our website out. It's lancastercountyrecovery.com. And we hope to see you all next year. See you later.